This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to you all from wherever you may be in the world. What we have here is a beautiful view of a jackalberry tree on the banks of the Timbavati River from andBeyond Ngala in South Africa here. What a beautiful afternoon it is. Just kind of just arrived at this spot. This jackalberry is exactly the same place where we had a carcass this morning, and you'll see closely when we have a little look, there might be some remains of it around. But why don't you guys all just sit back and enjoy, and welcome to your very own live safari from the African bush. Okay, everybody. Well, after having a little closer look, it doesn't look like the carcass as we saw it this morning is in the same place. And all that we can see this morning, we saw one of these legs drop and get caught, quite luckily, by a few flimsy branches in this tree. And just as it stands, that looks like all that's left around here. I've also just got to this tree, so I'm having a good close look around. But good afternoon, everyone. I'm Daniel Fisher on camera this afternoon. We've got Owen Dahl. So as expected, or not quite expected, but as I thought might be the case, this morning we were sitting here and those two cubs were kind of playing at the carcass, like pulling and picking it up. And it was almost like they were tempting fate there, like gravity was soon going to take control of it. There were a few hyenas that were moving around at the base of the tree, and two little leopard cubs pulling on a big carcass up in the tree, probably 5-6 meters, or maybe not 6, but 5 meters off the ground. As soon as it moves out of its pretty good nestled position, gravity will take over and it'll fall straight to the ground. And here in the Lowveld, with so many hyenas around, they are ever waiting, and I'm sure that's what happened. And as I've got here this afternoon, I can't see a leopard, I can't even see any hyenas, which would suggest that the carcass has in fact fallen out and the hyenas have probably finished it and eaten it, and they've very likely moved on. My guess would be that the leopards would have moved on, but they wouldn't have moved too far. So I'm going to spend a little moment here really looking into this tree, trying to see if we can't see one of the little ones maybe right at the top of the canopy. It is quite a warm day, it's a little bit shady getting closer to the top of the canopy. Maybe find a nice horizontal branch. Even when I was last year this morning, the female was on the ground, and it's slightly more comfortable on the ground. So now that the carcass is gone, they've got no real reason to be up in the tree unless that big full belly of theirs is keeping them up there. So I'm sure the female will be lying around here somewhere, and the youngsters shouldn't be too far away. I'm going to take a little bit of looking around, and I might pop down at some stage into the riverbed, which is just below us here. See if we can't see any tracks that maybe cross to the other side of the river, because that's an option. I also want to go and check the watering hole. That's only a few, maybe 100 meters away to our east or to our right-hand side. See if there isn't maybe some tracks there. Often predators with very full bellies want to go and have a drink of water afterwards, kind of quench their thirst. See the riverbed there? I'll probably pop around there as well, just to see if we can't see any tracks that are crossing out. In the softer sand, it's much easier to see a leopard track than in this long grass. Okay, so while I'm in the process of me kind of looping around here and checking all the areas to see where these leopards are, I'm going to send you over to have a look at the weather this afternoon.
still just getting going for our afternoon and haven't really thought about too much where we're going to head, but hope that we're going to see a couple things which we'll get into shortly. My name is Tristan, and on camera I've got BK. It seems like it's going to be a beautiful afternoon from a sunshine perspective and temperature wise, so I'm hoping that we'll have a goodie this afternoon. Now remember, we are coming to you live from Ngala and Djuma, as well as Pridelands, and so we'd love to hear from all of you. You guys are welcome to send your questions through to hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on the YouTube chat stream, as well as any of the other comments boxes in the streams that we go to. And kids, you can send your kids' questions to kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Right, so plan for the afternoon is I think we're going to try to see if we can find some ellies maybe to start. And then from there, where I am right now, I'm just on my way towards Treehouse Dam because there were lots of elephants in this area this morning. But part of the reason why I wanted to come this way was just to check if there's any sign of Shadulu. Where she was lost was just here on my right-hand side. So just scanning around, just seeing if maybe she's here, as well as any elephant sign. And then from there later, we'll bend around back towards where those lions were trying to kill that rhino this morning, and we'll try and see what's happened there and whether or not the rhino got away. If the rhino's got away, then obviously we can sit and view the lions. Otherwise, unfortunately, it is a negative sighting for us, and we won't be able to see them. I know a lot of you have been wanting to spend some time with the Talamatis, so you'll see. It was definitely the Talamatis, by the way. I didn't clarify that this morning, but it is 100% them. Once I was able to actually see the rest of the pride and the composition, it was easy enough to see who it was. So we'll go and try and figure out what's happening there, and then, I don't know, anything else that comes our way. Obviously, Moya crossed out this morning. Kara was lost, kind of also heading towards the boundary. Shadulu's right up against Triple M. This area here, Triple M is about 100 meters away, so she's very likely has crossed back to Arathusa. And there wasn't really much else out there this morning. Most of it was concentrated in this small area. So we'll just bumble around and see. You never know. Weirdly enough, Moya this morning crossed north and then apparently went back south again. Well, I mean, we saw her going south, so I don't know if maybe it was another cat that they saw coming north, or if she just came in and went out again for some reason. I know there was some elephants around and they kind of crossed the road and then she ran out from there. So it could be that Ellie's disrupted her, but it's just intrigued to see that movement. So we'll see what we can find. No one's found any signs of Kalamba either, and I think Lauren's going to head towards Chitwa to follow up on Marips, who was seen very late in the morning just as we were finishing up the show. So yeah, a lot to kind of follow up on, and hopefully it will be a good afternoon and lots will happen. It would be nice if that's the case. I'm hoping that the lions will get up a little bit later. They were very, very active this morning between chasing Shadulu and up a tree and then doing their kind of best to harass a rhino there. It would be nice if they actually have settled a little bit and then go on a bit of a hunt later. There are wildebeest around and have been around for the last week or so in that quarantine Philemon's Cutline area, and that's where the pride has been hanging around, so we'll go and try and have a little look around there. In the meantime though, it's not just me out. Steve obviously is also out at Pridelands, so let's send you across to him.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome on board the Bushwalk team. Welcome to Eka Training Pridelands, where the sun has pushed through the clouds. We had a wonderful morning of sun, and it clouded over, got cold again. We had moments of, we thought there might be some precipitation, but it seems to be changing. Hello, my name's Steve, joined by Paul on the camera, and we're very excited to have you with us. Now, this afternoon, we are going to do a little bit of tracking, see if we can show you some tracks. Last night, we dissected an owl pellet, and now I've got a very cool track of something that was semi-found in the owl pellet. Shall we have a look on the floor? Okay, so tracking is very cool. Now, somebody asked the other day, what are the smallest sort of creatures that you can track? And over here, these little footprints coming in. Little footprints. Tiny little foot there. And then here you can see two back legs with the foot, kind of like the foot and then the leg where this animal has actually sat down and dug over here to feed on probably the little roots of this grass stem over here, maybe even the grass itself. So a little rodent with the digging, all this digging over here, and then he went off again after feeding. Isn't that just the sweetest thing? You can see how small the foot is, but then where it sat down, there's the foot, and then the hind quarter of the leg to the knee, kind of, you'd say, and then the bottom. I don't know if this is the tail over here. I say it's pretty long, but lots of little rodents around. We found a nice rodent jawbone in that owl pellet last night, as well as some bird's feet, which I'm still perplexed as to what they were. I think by the length of the leg, it's probably a corsair or some form of bird like a corsair, a nocturnal bird without the back toe. Very, very cool. So there we go. There's the first track of a few this afternoon on the Bushwalk experience. We hope to be able to show you a number of very cool tracks. So if we're starting from the very small and inconspicuous. Now Damon's out and about this afternoon in andBeyond Phinda, and he would like to say good day.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, where we've got the most majestic scene unfolding in front of us. A massive elephant bull, a bunch of hippos that were all kind of lazing out of the water on the side of that little bank there, and just water birds galore. What a fantastic scene. Could you all hear that sound of that elephant? It sounded like he might have had a bit of flatulence. He's hanging his trunk on his tusk there. And we'll see what he does here, because he seems to be slowly moving in the direction of where those hippos are lying. And I don't think that they'll take too kindly to his advances. Just looking at his size and how low his belly hangs in his body, how thick his tusks are, and the size of his head, the thickness of the base of his trunk, he's a really big, older elephant bull. So not as inclined to mischief as a younger bull might be, so probably less likely to go and chase the hippos for the fun of it. But you never know. But we almost forgot. My name's Damon, and behind the camera is Johan, and we're going to be exploring this part of the reserve this morning, or this afternoon rather. I don't know how many of you watched this morning, but if you did, you may have seen those two male cheetah with Grant, and we're going to hopefully we're going to try to find some signs of them and see where they've gone. Of course, with male cheetah, because of how far and how quickly they can move, and their tendencies to sometimes move in the middle of the day, especially with today not being that that hot, there's a chance that they might have moved very far from here. So once we've enjoyed the scene for a bit longer, I think we're going to head in that direction to see if we can find any tracks of theirs. But there's so much action going on here with these hippos, the elephant, and all the water birds. I think we're just going to sit tight and see what unfolds.
There's a lot of action at the waterhole. We haven't quite gotten to treehouse yet. No sign of Shadulu coming this side, and certainly no sign of any elephants at this rate. But I just want to come down and main road kills me, and bend around back towards Treehouse Dam. That's a baboon track. Now Rusty, settle down. No need to be over-revving. Just trying to see. So this is where we had Moya crossing this morning, was just up ahead here, but she often likes to turn and then go back north around Weaver's Nest area. These look as though they're pretty... Something running that side. Maybe warthogs, that's why this kudu is so focused in front of it. Can you hear him moving over the grass? Of course, with leopards, they won't make noise like that. A leopard will be quite quiet, but the kudu will have seen movement, and it might not be able to differentiate whether it's a kudu or a leopard or a warthog yet. And so ears focused forward, eyes focused forward, just to make sure that whatever was running there wasn't something it needs to be aware of and needs to kind of get away from. So they'll just sit dead silent like this and dead still, making sure that they don't stress too much. Amazing how stoic they look and kind of how focused they are when they sit dead upright like this. Alright, well, we'll leave our kudu to itself probably, because it doesn't seem to have spotted anything, and see what else we can find.
Johan and I are still sitting at this beautiful waterhole here at andBeyond Phinda. We just can't tear ourselves away. There's just so much going on. And in fact, if you have a look on the far right, everybody, just in front of those big trees, can you see there's a hippo there that's got its head and its neck and its shoulders out of the water? This might be a PG scene, but it looks like that hippo has mounted another one, and they appear to be mating. If you watch very carefully, every now and then there's a hippo beneath him that, there we go, just surfaced to get some air. Shame. Imagine being held underwater by an enormous hippo bull. And look at how those other two are just off to the right watching the scene unfold. And the whole time there's just a whole bunch of white-breasted cormorants constantly flying past, going to and from their nests. Now, for those of you that have been watching for the last little while, you may remember that we've spent quite a bit of time here talking about these cormorant nests, and it's been amazing to watch how quickly these chicks have been growing, how now already most of these chicks that many of the chicks have started to get their flight feathers. They're starting to flap their wings, practice flying. They've been jumping out of the nests and swimming around in the waterhole, even flying laps around the waterhole. And pretty soon they're going to be accompanying the adults, heading out to Lake St. Lucia and the Indian Ocean out to the east to fish. And for those of you that you may remember, we spoke about how when those chicks started to fledge and started to fly, it would attract the unwanted attention of African fish eagles. And I've just heard one calling before you guys came back to us. And over the last few days, I've actually seen a fish eagle hanging around this waterhole, watching the cormorant chicks very carefully, because any cormorant chick that is not wily enough and not wary enough will be taken as food. See that big group of them all clustered on the bank there, and there's also a big crocodile there. Well spotted, Johan. There's a massive crocodile sunning itself. Oh, and a grey-headed gull flying on the top right corner of the screen. That might be a new bird for some of you. A grey-headed gull, by no means a rare bird in South Africa, but one that don't often see in the area around Kruger or here in Maputo land. It's more of a, typically find it normally closer to the coast or around larger cities.
Open tunnels, please.
And that you're saying that it seems like the hippos and the elephant love that little island. Can you blame them? I mean, look at how wonderful that spot is. It's like a little beach. So for the hippos, there's a lovely place to lie on some flat, open sand and heat themselves up, warm up. On these chilly winter days, it has been very, very, very cold here by our standards the last few days. So we've noticed hippos have been spending a lot of time out of the water, sunning themselves. And for the elephant, it's a lovely spot to come down to the water. That, even though it looks like a little shallow, it's basically like a little sandbank that juts out there. But there's quite a steep drop off there. And what that means is that the elephant is able to then drink cleaner water. So elephants can be quite picky with the water they drink. See how they're spraying the water on his feet. They'll be quite picky about the water they drink, and often if you watch them drink, they'll only kind of suck water from the tip of from the very surface of the water. They won't submerge that trunk very far down if the water's a bit dirtier. If it's from a water hole that's quite small and the water's been sitting quite stagnant, they'll often try and get out as far as they can, try and get to the cleanest water to drink. So for the elephant, there's that aspect of things. But also for the hippos, on the far right-hand side of that little peninsula, it's very tough to see with the camera, but if you've got a pair of polarized sunglasses, I wish we had a pair big enough to put on the lens of the camera, but the sandbank kind of protrudes out to the right from the end of that peninsula. And the water there's almost like a gentle slope, like a ramp, for the hippos to come up out of the deep water and then beach themselves. So kind of an easy access ramp for the hippos to get onto that little beach. And those two hippos still mating, and it seems. That's only just started. That happened, or that just started when we got here. Nazreen, you're remarking what a beautiful scene. Nazreen, it's absolutely breathtaking. The sounds and the sights of all the different birds, the elephants, the hippos. And as if things couldn't get any wilder, this morning I drove past this waterhole after game drive, and there was a lioness that was lying at the edge of the water. As we drove here, we saw her tracks with her four cubs, where they had crossed kind of off of the road, or they'd come out onto the road and then gone back into the bush, heading kind of away from us and deeper into the woodlands there. Unfortunately, it's quite a difficult area to access, but who knows, maybe they keep walking and they pop out and we'll maybe be able to see them a bit later. But there's the two hippos. Shame that one, the female still coming up for air every now and then. And look, there's another one that's busy. There's another one that's busy, like, watching them. Look at that. Three other hippo, all busy watching what's going on. And I wonder how that big bull is going to tolerate that. Looks like the cow that he's... Oh, there we go. The females now managed to escape from him. And did you see how, as he got off, that one lifted its back out of the water and shook its tail from side to side, like a little splashing motion? And that was just a little submissive display from that hippo towards the big bull. Oh, the elephant looks like it's starting to move, Johan. And where it is, on that little beach, it's going to be quite a steep bank that it's going to have to get up. So it'll be very interesting to watch how he goes about that. I don't know how many of you have ever had the opportunity to watch an elephant trying to climb up a steep riverbank, but despite their size, they are amazingly agile. I've seen them on the top of rocky cliffs. No idea how. Well, I mean, there's only one way they could have gotten up there, and that's walked up there, and it would have required some serious rock climbing skills to do so. Well, when we arrived, Johan and I had hoped that he would turn and face us so that we can get a good look at him, and now he's done just that. Have a look at those beautiful tusks of his. And sampling the water from this side. I can't get enough of this, everybody. I think Johan and I are going to have to delay the cheetah search a little bit longer. Let's go across to Steve in the meantime, though. Apparently he's got some tracks and signs to show you.
Well, we've been waiting to show you tracks for days, but the clouds have been a little bit obscuring of the light. And here we've got a nice track in the sand. And you see that there's a toe, 2, 3, 4 toes, and then a back pad. The animal is going in that direction. I wonder if you can tell me who this is. Now, the measurements. Let's get the actual measurement for you. Make it a bit easier. There is the 0. And there's, it's about 6 centimeters. There's a back pad. 1, 2, 3, 4 toes. Let me know if you have an answer for this animal. I've definitely done it before, maybe not in the last couple of days. So if you're not sure, that's okay. We will learn. If we come back, oh, I've just gone and squashed it. Well, that's all right, because we got more. There's another one. And what's quite noticeable about it, in the soft sand here, it's not very easy to see, but there's one foot and there's another foot. So it actually stepped on top of its foot. And here's another one. So this is a very nice animal, and unfortunately the nicest of tracks is the one that I've just gone and squashed, but you can still see the toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the back foot is on top of the front foot, so something known as direct register. Let me see if I can find a really nice one again up here. Here we go, here's another one. Another one there. Another one there. Sometimes in the really sandy soil, it's not as clear to see. Here, this is a nicer one here. There's the back pad. 1, 2, 3, 4 toes, and the front foot is underneath, back foot is on top. Magic Dragon Wizard reckons a mongoose. Well, Magic Dragon Wizard is not a mongoose, but also there are many different types of mongoose. Many different types. This one is not a mongoose. Quite easily characterized by the ability to stick a piece of grass and another piece of grass straight through the middle. Many people know this trick without actually touching a side. So it goes through the middle like that, make a nice X. Mongoose tracks are asymmetrical, which means that one side is not at all the same as the other. But we'll see if you can get it by the time you come back to us, while we send you back over to Dan.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to andBeyond and WildEarth. Now, for the past half an hour or so, Odie and I kind of moved around to the riverbed and found tracks of all three of them kind of walking across the riverbed. And after a short little walk and a lot of searching, found one of them. Can you see it walking on the top, right at the top of the bank? And that's a pretty steep bank, probably between 15 and 20 meters high. Very comfortably walking right on the edge of the bank. It's almost gone into that bush there. Still going. Now with a pair of binos from the river when I saw the tracks crossing, I think I saw a second cub lying there as well. Might be a bit tricky. But let's see, now that one's moved a little bit forward, let's go back. I mean, the second cub could very well be there. The mother could also very likely be there. Tracks of all three of them led straight towards where we see this one walking now. Just going to stop here for a moment. I'm going to pick up a pair of binoculars. Incredibly useful tool out here. Never go on a safari without a pair of these. Okay, so I can't see any of them for now. And I wonder, I mean, if it just goes 2 or 3 meters, even 1 meter onto the further side of that bank, you're not going to see anything. So for now, I'm just going to spend a moment trying to see if they don't come back. But if they don't, I'm going to loop around outside, go out of the riverbed, and then try and approach from the other side, see if we can kind of establish a sighting that side. And it's interesting, after a good feed, sure, all three of these leopards have got very full tummies. I'm sure they're going to be taking it easy and trying to relax and rest. So I'm going to kind of loop around now, and I'm going to go and try and see if we can find a good way in on that side. There's a very prominent tree that I'm going to head towards that I can see from here. In the meantime, I'll send you back over to Steve.
Well, leopard cubs, how incredible. Leopard cubs, I don't know when last I saw a leopard cub. I think it was Columba's little cub. Quite some time ago now, November of last year. I can't actually remember when it was. But anyway, everybody, I'm still wondering if anyone is able to guess on what that track is. I have found another one. Maybe this one's a bit clearer in the sand for you. Lincoln has got it 100% correct, Lincoln. Lincoln has got the answer right. Here it is. Over here. There's the back and then the toes. Very nice symmetrical track of a dog-like animal called the black-back jackal. I don't know if we get a side-striped jackal here, but you can see the back pad here. Toes, toes, toes. So in really soft sand, you'll be able to see the claws, but they always generally stand front foot, then back foot on top of the front foot. And you can see even in the demonstration here on the left, how you put an X through the middle. It doesn't touch the toes, where mongoose tracks are always very asymmetrical. So if you did that, you'd always go straight through a toe, straight through a pad, straight through a toe. Very nice to compare the difference. And also the length. It's quite a long track, quite narrow, almost drew a nice sort of Christmas tree over the top of it. It's not round, so it's longer than it is wide. When most of our sort of cats, you'll notice they're generally quite sort of even with regards to the roundness of the track. It's a black-backed jackal. So here we have another organism right here in front of our jackal, and there 1, 2, 3, 4 toes with a back pad as well. Okay, it's going that way. Here's back foot, or it's probably a second one altogether. I wonder if any of you know what animal this is. He came walking. Jackson, the smallest creature I've ever tracked. Well, we only really track to find animals. Looking at tracks in the sand, you know, beetles and ticks and stuff. But leopards are the things we really normally track, the smallest. I can't say I have tried to track hyena before. It's a very big day of walking because they go all over the place. But generally what we track to find, so trailing, I think that's what you mean, would be leopard. But tracking in the sand, you'll see how many little things we're going to find today. We don't really look at the tracks to find them, because to try to find these little things is very, very difficult. But antlion larvae is probably the smallest thing we can track and find, because they burrow in the sand and then they leave the little conical pit trap for us nice and available. Here we go, nice and round track over here. Here's actually a little bit of a nice one, I think. There we go. And the 4 toes and the back pad as well. And this animal is not walking on top of its feet. So it's not stepping where it stepped. Back foot, front foot. So it's not registering. Sometimes they do though, but it's not part of the tracking that these animals do. But very, very round. See how round that is. It's as long as it is round. And interestingly enough, though, this is not a cat. Some people do confuse it for a cat, but obviously many of you are going, Steve, where's the measurement? There we go, there's the measurement. Same sort of size as a jackal. I'd say it's about 5 centimeters, this one. depending on the type of substrate that you find it as well, sometimes the track can look a little bit bigger. But it is what it is. One thing I can tell you for sure, this is a nocturnal organism that moves at night. Peter, no, not a hyena. Hyenas are very big. Hyenas are more than 8 centimeters, 8, 9, even 11 centimeters in the female. And they've got very uneven shaped feet and toes. And you can often see the claws in a hyena track, whereas this animal, although it does have claws, you don't often see the claws in the track of this organism. But Dan is enjoying an afternoon with leopards, so let's send you back over to him.
Okay, everybody, well, welcome back. So I've just done a loop around and waiting. I'm just going to stop here right here. This female leopard's about to cross over the road in front of us. Just give her 2 seconds. 1, 2, there she goes. Okay, so there goes the mother. She may in fact be leaving her cubs exactly where she is, or where we saw them last. So I'm going to now keep following her. So perfect timing. I kind of just cut off the road. There's that saffron that I kind of marked the cubs is walking towards. And she was lying a little bit closer into this side. We couldn't... Let's make sure we don't lose her in this grass. And that's a nice big termite mound that I don't really want to drive over. Okay, let's see. It's amazing how camouflaged leopards can be. I'm going to go this way around. It's a bit thick in there. A couple of trees that I don't really want to be going towards. And you'll be surprised, when she lies down or she doesn't want to be seen, she will disappear incredibly quickly. Okay, just bear with us here. Try and do a little loop around. And you'll see, I know sometimes it does look like I kind of aimlessly off-road and drive over a few trees. But those two that I drove over, guaris, are reasonably fast-growing trees, and there are quite a lot of them around here. There's an incredible amount of trees that I will actively avoid. Let's see. So between myself and OD, I mean, this is a perfect game path that she might be using to kind of move from one area to the next. She may also just have laid down. I see Odie's head going 360 degrees here, watching, and it's amazing how 2 seconds ago we were just with her, and in the long grass she disappears. She didn't make our life very easy. She didn't go through a very easy spot to begin with. This was exactly the path that she was on. So I'm just going to follow the path a little bit more here. Just try and reverse into this open area. Let's go this way. Okay, everybody, so give me a few moments here while I continue to try and search for this female leopard. I'm going to send you back over to Steve while I continue here. Don't go too far. Hopefully we're not too far behind her. Send you over to Steve and his tracking.
Thanks, Dad. Well, you're back again here with our track in the sand, and you'll see that this is the back foot. It's not nearly as big as the front foot. And over here as well, you can see the back and the front. So generally the case with many of our animals, the front foot is larger than the back foot, generally due to the shoulders and the head. So it needs bigger feet in the front. Darcy Miller, well done. Well done, Darcy Miller. You have got it correct. Now, many people will mistake this for a cat, and it's easily done. It's easy to mistake it for a cat, but you don't. In the track, even have a look. You can clearly see there's no 3 lobes here. Cats have always got a 3 lobe, and if you check one track and you can't see it, have a look at another one, still no 3 lobes. There's definitely 2 lobes in the back, definitely 2 lobes, and this is most certainly the track of the African civet, which has got this 2-lobe little bit at the back. Doesn't give a very nice 3-lobe impression like that of a cat. And they're quite noticeable for their very round track. The claws are sometimes seen, but it's not a characteristic feature, especially in very sandy soil like this. And you see that 5.5 centimeters. Even a baby hyena would be bigger than that if it was venturing away from the den. So we will try to find a hyena track, just so that those who aren't 100% familiar with hyena tracks can see the size difference. Because, you know, what's very important with tracking is, I mean, even this book comes with a ruler on the back, is to have a form of measurement. Because without the measurement, it becomes very tricky to know the difference between certain animals. For example, a cheetah is 1 centimeter longer than a leopard for the most part, but it's also a little bit squished. And a male leopard versus a female leopard, there's about 1 centimeter or 2, maybe 1.5 centimeters in there. And if you could measure that, you know very quickly. And if it's a little bit smaller, that's a female. If it's a little bit bigger, it might be a young male. So those are things we can work with. For example, I saw another small track just here, which might show up for us next to the civet. I don't think it's going to, but we will find it for you, because there is a smorgasbord of tracks out here this afternoon, and the light is just perfect.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. So, unable to find that leopard just from this short little time that I've been here. She is heading straight towards an old riverbed. Small little tributary into the Timbavati. So I'm going to kind of loop around there, just like what we did first thing this afternoon, is kind of head towards the river. It's a good place to try and see if we can find tracks. It can be a bit of a tricky place as well, because particularly at the moment, this time of the year, there's not too much wind that blows. So a track that's 3 days old can look very similar to a track that's 3 hours old or 3 minutes old. So it can be tricky from time to time, but it's certainly easier than trying to track a leopard in this long grass. I've got a good idea as to the kind of path and route that she was taking. And she'll also stick to a path of least resistance, game paths that have been created over centuries of animals moving between areas. And I'm pretty sure it was this exact game path that I've just driven over now. It heads straight towards this old riverbed that flows into the Timbavati. So let me try and get to the road. The road should be coming up very shortly. I'm just going to have to go over this quarry a little bit. Try and be as... And then, Odie, is your equipment going to be fine through here? Okay, so squeeze between these tambutis. Tambutis are a tree that I also try not to drive over, but if I drive through and around them, it's not the end of the world. Okay. Okay, now we're back on the road. Just do a little loop around towards the riverbed. So she's left the little cubs on our right-hand side. While she's not with the cubs, I'm not going to go and spend too much time there, just because it puts them under a bit of pressure, particularly if I know exactly where the female or the mother is.
You're back with us at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, where with the moving of the elephant bull off of that little peninsula, the hippos have been encouraged to come back out and lie on the little sandbar there. And there's one very large female that's just come out the water. See the little baby in front of it there? And here we go at the back, the last one, about to come out the water too. In fact, no, the one, that very large one, look at how big that one is compared to the others. Just having a close look through my binoculars, I don't know if you guys are able to see, just behind its nostrils there, it's got some pretty large bumps that are protruding into the roof of the mouth, just behind the nostrils. And it's, yeah, we're a bit far away, so it's tough to see, but those appear to be, or very often with big mature hippo bulls. I don't know how many of you have seen the tusks, the lower tusks, or the tusks on the lower jaw of an adult hippo, and how long they can be. Often in these big bulls, they protrude into the roof of the mouth, and you actually see the skin being pushed up by them. And this hippo appears to have those bumps, so that might be the large bull that's just come out the water. Certainly appears to be much bigger than the others. Look, here comes another one. Yeah, that one definitely looks smaller. So I would have to say that this large one that's come out first is the big dominant bull. It's always so exciting seeing hippos out the water because you only ever get to see the tops of their heads, and you see their eyes and their ears and their nostrils. You don't really get an idea for how big the animal truly is. Excuse me, until it's out of the water. And they're all using that little ramp that I spoke about earlier to come up onto the sandbar. Marib, you're asking how long baby hippos can stay underwater for. Marib, I suppose it would depend on how old the hippo is. So an adult can... Oh, there's a bit of tension going on there. Look at that one that's thrashing around with its mouth open. It's almost like it's displaying... Look at that! It's almost like it was displaying to the elephant, saying, yeah, get out of here, elephant. Leave our beach alone. That is a very speedy exit from the water compared to how slow the other ones have been to come out. Sorry, Marie, it will depend on how old the hippo is. So an adult is said to be able to hold its breath for about 5 to 6 minutes. A very small baby Marib will not be able to, I don't think will be able to do just that. Based on my own observations, they normally don't stay down for more than a minute or two, and they'll come up and breathe quickly and then go back under. They'll often, if they can, use mom as like a little block to stand on so that they can save energy and not have to continually push off the bottom and come up for air. But Marib, to be honest, I haven't been able to find any information on that. So that's just based on my own personal observations. And now, just like the elephant earlier, look at how still they're standing. Avril, you're just saying how much you love watching hippo interactions. They're such interesting creatures, especially when it comes to their interactions like among each other, and even if you're lucky enough to watch them interacting with a different species, like that one now, presumably showing off its mouth and its tusks to that elephant bull. Oh, look at the elephant, Johan, quickly. Sorry, everybody, the elephant has just started to... Oh, he just stopped. He was busy cleaning behind his ear with his trunk. So yeah, for those of you who are wondering how he got up there, it was quite an impressive display. It was like he went into low range and into first gear, just like we would do in our Land Cruisers if we were off-road and going up a steep hill. And he climbed up the hill, almost like threw his head up, used his trunk, almost like he was gaining a bit of momentum. And then he climbed up that hill onto the top, grabbed a couple of mouthfuls of grass, and is now busy making his way slowly down the road. You might be able to hear the excited shouts of other guests in vehicles behind us. They've all just arrived on the reserve from our airstrip, and this is the scene that is greeting them. This elephant bull and the hippos, the cormorants, the crocodile. Very exciting welcome to the reserve. Carleen, you're wondering if hippos feel the cold in the water. Carleen, I think they definitely do, but just based on this exact behavior that they're doing now. So often you'll see with hippos in cold conditions, when it's so cold like it is now, any chance they get to lie in the sun, they'll take it, and they'll come out and sunbathe to warm up. It's all about for them trying to find the warmer place or the better place to be to regulate their temperature. So often we see with hippos, first thing in the morning, they're very often in the water, because water tends to hold temperature better than air. And so first thing in the morning, they'll be in the water, but then as soon as the sun is out and it warms up nicely, they'll come out onto the banks to sunbathe and try to warm up. Also, I suppose another thing that might feed into that is that you very seldom find hippos. So obviously in South Africa, we've got quite a diverse country in terms of our weather conditions. So the Western Cape, where Cape Town is, we get dry, hot summers and wet, cold winters. And then the interior of the country, we get summer rainfall and very, very, very cold winters. And we don't tend to find hippos in those areas. Well, at least in the interior of South Africa, they're more restricted to the lower lying, more tropical or warmer areas, let's just put it like that. But I think we've had a wonderful time here watching these hippos and watching the elephant, and I think it's time that we go off in search of where those cheetah might have gone to.
Well, we've got the Talamati pride that are having a very, very big sleep, and so much so that the one is snoring. She's stopped now, so I'm hoping if we just sit quietly for a bit, she'll start again. It's been making me laugh because you hear it. I don't know if you guys will pick it up, but she's very faintly snoring. So clearly this morning's activity has made them very tired. They're all just resting at the moment, but it's counted 12 here this morning, this afternoon, sorry. And there was 13 yesterday, but the one went into Manuleti, the one with the suckle marks. And so I think it's just the 12. Well, I can only see 11 now, and then there's one that's moving around in front of me in some long grass, but I don't know if there's one or two there, but there's definitely 11 this side. There's 10 in this main pile, and then one to the far left in a little shady spot that's lying down. You can just see her ear every now and then flicking. Seems like most of the pride is here, and they're looking quite skinny, some of them, so I'm pretty sure they're going to want to hunt this afternoon. Well, I'm hoping that they're going to hunt this afternoon, and there's water close by, so maybe they'll even go for a drink. And with this pride, they can move at any time of the day, and
I think they were kind of so busy during the course of this morning that they're probably a little on the tired side, but I'm expecting that they'll get up and decide to start moving a little bit later. And they'll start to kind of get going and looking for food, maybe up towards quarantine. I know they like hunting that side. All right, well, I'll stay with them and we'll see what they get up to. For now, it's just a cuddle-puddle of lions. In the meantime, though, let's send you across to Lauren.
Good afternoon, everyone. Team Wendy has made it out after a few technical hiccups, and we're quite surprised to see a male bushbuck by the twin of Twin Dams. I must say, we see bushbuck all the time in camp, but it's rare to actually see them out on drive. Now, I am facing the sun once again, but my name is Lauren, and I do have Davy on camera. And we've come all the way down to Twin Dams. This is the other half. Oh, there's a hammerkop there as well. You see that, Dav? Wow, everything's happening here. Bushbuck are not entirely uncommon. It's just uncommon for us to see them. They love our camp, and they're very relaxed in our camp. We've got little ones, we've got females, we've got males. Hosanna wiped out the population at one point, but they've bounced back. And it's just really rare to see them out on drive, especially at Twin Dams. And that big brown bird with the strange shaped head, that's a hammerkop. I think that's a black crake in the background. It's a little bit difficult for me to see from here, but I think that black bird behind is a black crake. We get lesser moorhens here too, but I think this one is a crake. What a lovely start. I'm not entirely sure what our plans are for this afternoon, but I think we might head to Chitwa. Sorry. Game Drive Radio. And see if we can scratch around for Mareebs. He was found this morning really, really late on in the morning. And I'm going to see if we can at least maybe pick up on any signs of our boy. He's got a sort of predictable route on Chitwa. Oh. Well done, Darby. There was a hammerkop flying right past my cop. Bushbuck is gone. Let's see if we can loop around. This is where we had the elephants yesterday. That incredible sighting. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can loop around and get more signs of our bushbuck, and then we will start to head to Chitwa.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I'm thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth. This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Well, not much has changed with the Talamatis. They're still very, very, very static at the moment, and I expect them to be this way for quite some time. I don't expect them to wake up anytime soon and go bounding around, unless some wildebeest snorts nearby. That might trigger them to start going. But like I say, I think that they're going to be quite tired. Today they had some serious exercise this morning, from, like I say, chasing leopards up trees to trying to kill one of the biggest animals out here. They certainly were not shy of a bit of running around this morning, and even when they had chased it up the tree, when they were underneath there, they were running around like hooligans, jumping on each other and bounding about and climbing trees and going down, particularly the sub-adults. Obviously the older females weren't really interested in that nonsense, but the sub-adults were all over the place and full of beans this morning. So for now it will be sleeping kitties, but nice to see them kind of back in central Djuma again. They really are becoming the sort of pride that we see. The Nkumas, while there are the odd little sightings of them here and there, they really don't spend much time on Djuma anymore, and that's purely just because of the way that the evokers go, and where they kind of have been. But interesting, Darkmane apparently was in Malamala yesterday as well, not far from his two brothers, which is quite interesting. Anyway, Lauren sounds like she's got a bird in a tree, so before it flies away, let's send you across to her.
This is not just a bird. Look who I found, everybody. Batilda. Elton, you must tell Tristan I've got Batilda. He came back and he said, who on earth is Batilda? Well, it's this little one. Oh, I've been looking for you every single day. Every day. Very habituated to the cars now. Sometimes birds, although you can't reach them in the cars, obviously, sometimes as soon as the cars get close to the tree that they're perched on, they fly off. But he or she is really accustomed. We spend hours watching Batilda grow up. Hello, little one. I think there's quite a few people out there that are going to be very happy to see you. I'm very grateful that you're not busy flying. Elton said some of you are definitely happy to see Batilda. I'm just so glad she made it. We've obviously had loss when we follow chicks before and try and follow them into adulthood. But Batilda's made it. I haven't seen her with one of the adults yet. I was really hoping that we would see her sort of perched on the same tree as the adults, and I think we still will. But he or she is just taken to the skies. And is a mini little batelier now. No comms.
She is beautiful.
Linda, you're saying she is beautiful. She absolutely is beautiful. And we really don't know if it's a male or female. We just said Batilda because it was just such an excellent name and so fitting. So sometimes I say he, sometimes I say she, but absolutely gorgeous. And of course, the plumage is entirely different from the adults. But you can still see just by looking at the arrangement and the positioning of the feathers that it's a Battalier. Just an immature Battalier. Immature in terms of plumage, I guess, but my goodness, this little one will be hunting for itself. Will be swooping down on carcasses, on rodents, on snakes, geckos, lizards. Donna, that's a good question. In terms of Batilda, I haven't seen he or she hunt yet. But in general, Battaliers are quite incredible at what they are able to hunt. They are snake eagles. They're not true eagles, but of course they're raptors. They've got that really sharp beak along with the talons. So generally they grab their prey with the talons and they sort of tear and shred with the beak, as most raptors do. But scrub hares, mongoose, birds, small birds, doves, pigeons, maybe even a small young francolin, chicks, maybe even an adult francolin, the bigger ones. And they can scavenge carrion, but they've got to be careful. They can't compete with the sort of much larger raptors and snakes, even big snakes. But I'm not sure if Batilda could go for a scrub hare yet. I really don't know. Because it's a process. She's got to learn. And scrub hares are large animals, as you know. But generally speaking, that's what Battaliers take down. I think Batilda at this stage will be going for bushveld gerbils, maybe even rats, dwarf mongoose, snakes, lizards. But there will come a point where she'll start catching scrub hares. It's just so nice to see her again. It's been a really long time. I check every day, but naturally she's flying all over. But this is maybe about 100 meters from the tree that her nest was in. So I think he or she is still using the same sort of area in that southeastern corner of the reserve, but naturally starting to explore a lot more. I saw a juvenile Battalier on Chitwa the other day, and I wondered, is that Batilda or not? It could easily have been her. Very visual animals, constantly looking for prey, primarily diurnal. She watches everything. She watches other birds in the sky, movement on the ground, things on the tree. And Battaliers are incredible, but when it comes to the tawnies and the steppes, they really can't compete, and that's why they normally try to get to any sort of carcass first before all these bigger raptors come in. And that's why they've evolved this really special method of flight, the wobbly method. It looks like they're about to fall out of the sky, but they're not. It's just because they have extremely long wings and a very, very short tail. haven't managed to have any luck searching for the wigs yet, so I have to say this has made me smile. Thank you, Batota. Donna, I guess technically I don't, but we've been following this battle here for quite a while now, and we're in the same area as the nest, and that's where we normally see the adult battaliers, the male and female. This is their sort of territory, and we're now starting to see this juvenile who looks to be about the same age and the exact right sort of stage as Batota. But I guess technically, Donna, we could be wrong. Could be another juvenile, but I highly doubt it. I mean, when she was on the nest, it was easy, obviously, because she was in the same place. But it's a sort of triangle from Gowrie Main right up to Leadwood Road that we always find this pair of battaliers, and this is where we're finding the juvenile. I'm pretty sure it's her. They are quite territorial with their nesting sites. Just like the Whigs are with their nesting site in the Mowati. They reuse the same nests in the same area year after year. You don't see too many juvenile battaliers. I remember waiting for the days to get a first glimpse of this little one. We waited for hours. I'm so glad we got to catch up with her and show her to you all. We are now going to bumble and try and make our way to Chitwa.
You're back with Johan and I at andBeyond, Phinda, and we are on the lookout for, or on the search rather, for these two male cheetah. There were some tracks of them heading in this direction from a main road behind us, and we've been driving through these clearings interspersed with thickets, trying to see if we can't find any more tracks. And along the way, we've come across what almost looks like a bit of a roadblock. Have a look at the size of this rhino midden, everybody. So in the center, can you see there's that kind of like lightish brown color? And that's the main part of the midden itself, where a big white rhino bull has been moving through and every time he comes past this pile, he'll defecate on this pile of dung and then scrape it open with his back feet, getting the smell of his dung onto his feet, so that as he walks around his territory, his scent will be laid out on the ground to tell other rhinos to keep out, or other male rhinos to keep out. And then interestingly, can you see how there's as much dung as there is in the middle? Can you see how there's almost an equal amount around the sides? There's all these little separate piles of dung of varying freshness, see the darker ones being the fresher ones, the lighter ones being not so fresh. And see how there's varying shapes and sizes, and this is where other rhinos have come to defecate. And very often, female rhinos, when they are coming into estrus, will come and deposit their dung near to the midden of a big territorial bull, so that he can smell or get their smell, and in her dung she'll leave the traces that she is coming into estrus and she might be receptive to his attentions. And then if he does pick up, or if he does detect the presence of those pheromones that tell him that he's in estrus after smelling her dung, he'll then maybe try to track her down. But no sign of these cheetah here, so Johan and I are going to carry on down this road.
Not much has changed with our Talamati Pride. They're still just, sleeping. Hopefully, at some point, they're going to get up. For now, it seems as though all we're going to see from them is the odd rolling around and yawn and fly swat. But we know things can change. Like I say, this pride is active sometimes in the afternoons. And I mean, the other day, Lauren left them and they were sleeping, and then came back an hour later and they were gone. And no one found them again. So always worth just staying with them a little bit and exercising a bit of patience. You never know what can happen and what can change. And like I say, we're in a good area for them because there is a lot that goes on around us. So we have quarantine very close by, which we know in the evenings will attract quite a number of animals. Treehouse Dam is not far either, so they're kind of between quarantine and Treehouse Dam at the moment. We know that Treehouse Dam also attracts animals late afternoon, and those wildebeest have kind of been bouncing from Treehouse to quarantine back and forth like that. So if they pick up any signs or sounds of wildebeest, they're certainly going to try their luck and head in that direction, which obviously will benefit us, and hopefully we'll see them getting moving and doing their thing. I suspect, though, that will take a little bit of time. I don't think that that's going to be a right now thing. And so we're just going to have to be patient. Ultimately, life in the bush doesn't beat to our clock. We need to be patient, and we need to kind of wait and allow things to develop. When we do that, that's generally when we get the best stuff. And this morning was absolute pandemonium from start to finish, so it was better just to, sometimes we could just have a bit of a relaxed kind of afternoon, and, we certainly can't bemoan our Catterday so far. There's been a lot that's been going on. Nice thing also from where we are right now is that we're centrally positioned, so if anything does happen, we certainly will be able to hear it and get towards it. Angela, I don't think Darkmane is avoiding staying with the Pride. I think he's unfortunately under severe pressure to try and stay with them. And then when they go north, which is what they did just recently, about a week ago, they were north. When they head up there, then it becomes a big problem for Darkmane. What ends up happening with him is he goes up there, and then because one of these females has mated with another male lion, the S8 male, she's hanging around with him, and they actually came south into Buffelshoek 3 days ago. I want to say 3 days ago, and they were roaring from there, and I think he's just wary of these other males, and so he's pushed further south to where his brothers are, essentially, and to where he probably feels a little bit safer. So it's not that he doesn't want to be with the Pride. I think he's just scared to be with the Pride a little bit. Not scared, but wary of the Pride, and that's because these females are starting to come into estrus cycles, and it's the clever move. It would be silly of him, with his leg the way it is, to hang out with them all the time and go into rival male territories. Better to just kind of stay south, and if the Pride comes south, then he joins up with them and spends some time with them, and then when they push north, break off and come southwards. But it's fascinating to hear that he did go that far south and ended up close to his two brothers. They haven't been together really for a number of months, and I'm curious to see how they're going to feel about him being there. He might have marched back already and be up this side somewhere. We just haven't found him yet today. But it's interesting that he is taking a bold move to move further south, and it's no doubt it's due to the fact that S8 or Mbali male has been calling up to the north here, and that's, I'm sure, giving him a little bit of thinking to do, and then the smart move is exactly what he's doing. Like I say, Darkmane and I are, he's not my favorite male lion I've ever had, and I've said this a lot, and neither is the other two evokers. I just feel like they haven't done a lot in terms of, making themselves announced as big male lions, but I will always give my credit to all three of them, that they have been very successful in terms of raising of cubs. So whatever it is that they've been doing, whether that's been roaring a lot or scent marking a lot, it's worked for them, and they've all managed to keep cubs alive, which is a big thing out here. Not an easy situation to handle, given the space that they're occupying, the number of females that they're looking after, It takes a bit of effort to do that. So they definitely have done well there, and that they are smart. This dark mane is no fool. You can see that lion is always where he has to be when he has to be there. So if the males in the north are roaring, you find him walking straight south. He doesn't play around and try and take on lines up there. I think he's well aware of his limitations with that leg, and therefore tries to avoid conflict as much as possible. But as soon as they push back north, then he comes back up here, he roars, he scent marks, he tries to give as much of an audible and chemical boundary as he can, and to try and keep, his tenure over this area as solid as possible. But he's going to have to keep doing that chess game with his leg the way it is. If we get a coalition of 3-4 in here, he really doesn't stand much of a chance. As much as the adrenaline will pump and you'll be able to try, that leg is just not in the shape to deal with 3-4 big male lions that are physically fit and young. Even though he's in his prime, he just won't be able to cope with that. And it's not because he's, a weak lion, it's just a sheer numbers game. Doesn't matter if he was the strongest Birmingham male or Mapoko or whatever it is. They all fall the same way if they're on their own to coalitions of multiple members. It's a harsh world, is it, for the male lions. They live by the sword, die by the sword, and that means that he needs to box quite clever now and start to move around as much as he can, and eventually other males will come in. It's the cycle of nature, and they will push him out, and he will have to either go nomadic or be killed in the process, and that is the reality out here. It's not every lion will live to 16 years old. A lot of them don't, and so he's gonna have a tough couple of years coming up for him. But like I say, he seems to be quite a smart lion. He seems to know where to be when he needs to be there, and that's going to stand him in good stead going forward. It's just if he does become nomadic, life is going to be really tough with that leg. These females have kept him going fairly well for a number of months, because they're able to kind of catch things and he can feed off it, and that's kept him strong and healthy through the repairing of that leg. And if he can't use them, he's going to resort, I think, to a lot more scavenging of carcasses from leopard, particularly. I don't think he's going to be able to do a huge amount of hunting on his own, but we'll see. Time will tell. Anyway, look, be patient with the Talamatis. Hopefully they'll eventually reward us. In the meantime, though, let's send you across to Phinda and see how they're getting on.
From some sleepy lions at Djuma to a very itchy zebra. We've been watching this zebra for the last couple of minutes. Look how it's rocking backwards and forwards, scratching itself against that tamboti tree. See the two oxpeckers sitting on its back, both noisily calling at each other. Ooh, and that zebra looks like it's having a really good scratch. In fact, I wonder if it's even that tree that it's scratching itself on. I think it's actually standing. It's busy straddling a low-growing bush, and it's scratching its tummy. Just imagine not having dexterous hands and fingers to scratch yourself with if you had an itch on your tummy. The soft skin kind of in the armpits, if you will, of the zebra, where there might be all kinds of parasites attaching themselves to that soft skin, and they can feed on the blood, like ticks. Imagine how nice it must feel to use a good rough bush to scratch away at those ticks, try and get them off, relieve the itch. The zebra's still busy feeding away there, and they aren't alone. There's actually a herd of impala here too, and Johan and I were just speaking about how nervous they've been since we've been here. I don't know if you are able to hear the wind. I'm going to keep quiet for a second just so you can see if we can hear. Might not be able to hear it, but look at the grass blades and how they're kind of moving around with the wind. And very often when there's a bit of a breeze blowing and the leaves are all rustling, smells are being blown all over the place. And especially where we are now in these little clearings in between kind of pockets of thickets of tamboti trees and balloon thorns, the wind forms eddies. And so smells kind of get blown all over the place, and it's difficult for these impala to kind of figure out which way a smell is coming from. And of course the wind also hides ominous sounds like paws stalking through the grass. So these impala have good reason to be nervous. Paul, you're asking if impalas can run faster than zebra, and Paul, that's a very good question. I've never actually watched them race against each other, and from what I've read, apparently impala have been clocked running slightly faster than zebra. But in my own experience, what I've seen is that they tend to be a lot more agile and a lot more explosive than a zebra. Oh, shame. You see there was a branch that broke, and it immediately caused those impala to kind of scatter. So yeah, definitely much more agile are these impala because of how much smaller they are, and therein lies their defense. The zebra being slightly bigger, it makes up for its bulk by being obviously more powerful and more able to defend itself using its back legs to kick, or its legs to kick. Whereas the impala will mainly pretty much rely on their agility and their speed to get away from danger. And they'll be ready to react at a moment's notice. Like you saw there, the slightest little sound, that little twig cracking, and that impala was ready to run for its life. But with them feeding, and apparently another vehicle has just found the tracks of these cheetah, and they're a little bit further north than we thought. So we're going to head into that area, and we'll leave these impala to continue feeding. Of course, though, we can use these impala to our advantage now, because the afternoon's starting to cool off a little bit, and these cheetah should be starting to move around again. And if they do move and they get spotted by a prey animal like these impala, we'll be able to hear those alarm calls and move into the area to try and see what they have spotted.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oh,
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Good afternoon and welcome back to andBeyond and God over here. And I see Odie's given up. He's been trying to follow a few terrapins that have been evading him. There are plenty, or lots and lots of terrapins in this watering hole, and Odie finds one, and then it kind of pops its head down and disappears, and then finds another one, and the same thing happens. So that female leopard seems to have gotten away from us, and I did check the small little tributary, little drainage line as we call it, and she hadn't crossed over there, so she's definitely between the road and the drainage line. I did do a short little walk in there, see if we can find her. Oh. One of the hippos making a bit of noise and vocalizing, and so I think she's between the road and the drainage line, and she must just be lying down in some long grass over there, not too far away from her cubs. I think just with her full belly she might be taking it a bit easy, and maybe as it starts to cool down, maybe get up and move around, maybe towards this watering hole, which isn't too far away from where we think she is. One lone hippo in the water just seems to have revealed himself a little bit more. As we came up onto the watering hole as well, there was a battalier that was having a drink, and it had actually walked about 2, maybe even 3 feet into the watering hole, which is quite unusual. And it looked very nervous, sitting or standing in the water, kind of legs well into the water. And rightfully so. I mean, any watering hole like this in Africa, although I'm fairly certain there aren't crocodiles in this one for now, you can never be too certain in Africa. In any of these water bodies at any moment, a crocodile might not have been here yesterday, but could have very easily gotten here today. I mean, they can walk between watering holes if they need. You'll also find in the summertime when there's big, heavy rains, they may even get washed down from one watering hole to the next. So it's a very still afternoon, and I mean, Odie and I were discussing about sitting at a watering hole like this for some time. You can often sit here and out of nowhere, maybe a herd of elephants could come down. It seems dead still now, but it can all of a sudden become alive. I mean, there was a small group of bachelor buffaloes this morning, not too far away from here. I wonder if they might not come down and have a little drink or a wallow. All sorts of birds start to come down. There was a little ring-necked dove that came down to have a drink there, it looks like. If there's ever a place that you want to kind of sit and just wait for the animals to find you, it's generally around a watering hole, particularly at this time of the year. So this is such a beautiful time to just stop and listen. And even though it's dead quiet, the silence is amazing. Okay, I'm going to probably hang around here a little bit longer, see if something doesn't come down and have a drink or a wallow, and keep my ears listening to anything that goes on around. And while we do that, I'm going to send you back over to Phinda with Damon.
You're back with us at andBeyond Phinda. Johan and I have been very carefully checking through these clearings again. We've been stopping and looking underneath trees, underneath low-growing bushes, all likely places where these 2 male cheetah might be resting for the day. And so far, no luck. Johan and I were just saying, very often with male cheetah, when they are established in a territory and they've been in that area for a long time and they start to know their territory, they tend to develop, or they tend to have places where they like to go and rest, where they like to go and hunt, where obviously they'll know that they can find food there, or they know they can find a safe spot to rest. But, excuse me, as, again, if you were watching this morning, Grant would have explained to you, the 2 male cheetah we're looking for are not the owners of this territory. They are pushing in from a neighboring territory into the territory of 2 other male cheetah. So, for all intents and purposes, as far as we know, this is the first time these male cheetah have been in this area as adults. So they won't know the area too well, and they'll be exploring it. You may have seen this morning that they were looking not desperate for food, but slightly hungry. And so again, that might complicate matters for us, because of course, if they've chased an Ngala and caught it deep within a thicket, it might be quite tough to find them. But we still have a vast expanse of reserve to search for them. In the meantime, though, we've found another animal that likes to move around in these open clearings in the form of a herd of wildebeest. There's one, looks like an adult cow standing up there. And to her right, there are quite a few members of her herd that are resting, lying down there. No doubt having spent the morning... Oh, look, the one's lying down on the far left there. There we go. I wonder if the middle one's going to follow suit. It's quite a nice afternoon. It's not... There's a bit of a chilly breeze blowing, like I spoke about earlier, but the sun is nice and warm. And these wildebeest have no doubt been feeding all day. They've filled their stomachs, and now that's affording them some time to rest and ruminate, chew the cud. But we're going to leave these wildebeest. We're going to keep on searching for any tracks of these 2 male cheetah. Let's go across to Steve at Pridelands. Apparently he's got some tracks to show you.
Well, welcome back. We have indeed, and we wanted to just clarify some tales from before about size, and there's a very characteristic track happening in front of us here. Before we walk the line, let's just put this measurement down. See, so that's 8 centimeters, and it's already 2 centimeters bigger. You see that the back pad over here is 2-lobed, and then there's toes 1, 2, 3, and 4, and they're all quite squished together. Now have a look. This is the next foot. There's clearly some claw marks. But what is important to notice with this track is as we follow the line, you notice how there's 2 like that, and then over here there's 2 like that. 2, and it keeps going. 2, 2, 2. They don't register. They don't stand on top of each other. They're constantly crossing over at this angle. And when we look over here again, point out once again the claw mark over there, kidney-shaped toes. Someone said before on one of the smaller tracks with the civet that they thought maybe hyena, but this is a hyena. A hyena's got that very interesting gait where they walk with cross-legged gait, where they cross over each other. So this is a left back leg, and that is a right back leg and a left front. So you never have them walking as leopards would do. Leopards would justify, whereby the left front and the back would stand on top of that, whereas hyenas are crossing over each other, the way that they walk. It's a very interesting gait. If you've ever seen them walking, those legs are very, very unique in the way that the hyena leaves its tracks. And sometimes when we're following animals in very sandy terrain where we can't really see the clear easiness of the track, you'll see this angle that you see here in a straight line. You get these 2, 2, 2, 2, whereas the leopard would be here and here, always parallel with each other, same as the lion. Very easy to identify. But we talk about size, and I've got a very nice key in this book, which is quite helpful. First of all, it goes a key padded feet larger than 6.5 centimeters. Okay, so that's quite helpful if you've got a ruler. First thing, large padded feet with or without claws. Okay, without claws, heads up over there. Oh, sorry, that's a very unique one. The otter has got a very strange toe. 3 lobes with and without claws. You'll see it divides up. The claws go to the top, the no claws go to the bottom. So 3 lobes with claws to the top, we've got a cheetah. 3 lobes without claws, leopard or lion. And once again, look at the size difference, 14 centimeters, 9 centimeters. The track itself looks very, very similar. So cheetah, claws, leopard, no claws, lion, no claws. And once again, 2 lobes with claws. Okay, you get a nice half moon shape over there on the outer toes. Brown hyena or spotted hyena. And there's a difference in the way that those tracks correlate with each other. Rounded outer toes, very characteristic for that, the wild dog. I think I heard Kingsman, can birds walk backwards? I suppose they can. Nothing to stop them walking backwards, nothing to stop anything walking backwards. They have to have a purpose for walking backwards. Can you walk backwards? I can walk backwards. Okay, so now on to the next page, which gets a bit confusing. Have a look at this. Now, this is 4.5 to 6.4 centimeters. Got a whole smorgasbord of tracks all the way from honey badger, porcupine, mongoose, all the way down to aardwolf. But see how the size is so important. And if I turn over one more time, we'll get all of the even smaller ones. So up to 4.5 centimeters in length is where you get all the mongoose, the squirrels, the genets, and the civets, and you get them along the side here. Quite similar in their design, but the size is very, very important to pay attention to. So very helpful to have a little ruler. So get into the habit of having some form of measurement. If you ever do a tracking assessment, you're not going to be able to use the ruler. So start to work it out on your finger. How long is your finger? My finger there, from there to there is about 8. From there to there is about 12. Work out those. A little bit over there is 2. And that's a nice little technique of figuring out how to work out size without actually putting something on the ground.
Well, still being patient. The lion way is you have to be patient. Lions typically not the most active creatures, I'm afraid. Anyway, we'll just sit nicely and let you guys listen to them shuffling and moving and the odd snoring that takes place every now and then. Right, like I say, patience will be the name of the game, so we'll just continue to sit here and hopefully we'll eventually be rewarded.
We've made it to Chitwa Dam. It's really quiet on Chitwa, not one single track for anything that I was hoping to follow up on. But it turns out all the animals are here. Got a hippo at the water. And we have every single impala in the universe, along with some zebra. Look at that. Party at Chitwa. Why is everyone on Chitwa? Oh, Davy, I've also spotted some warthogs as well. This party's just getting better and better. Can you see them?
Yeah.
I would be surprised if Mr. Mareeves was perched somewhere watching all of this. That would really not surprise me. This is a lot of species. I'm just scanning around to see. I feel like some elephants should join the party. Oh, hippo. You look really cute like that. Probably trying to warm up this winter. The water will be cold. And a little bit of sun is good for everybody. It's not that same sort of intense sun that you get in summer. It can really affect the hippo's skin. It can really damage their skin. They've got very fine epidermis. They're probably enjoying the warmth. I'm glad we came here. I love seeing lots of different species all together. They're not interacting. There's no sort of interaction there, but they're all just hanging out. Look, yes, oh wow, it's all happening at Chitwa. It's all happening. All we need is the predators to rock up, and then it's really happening. But this is the busiest I've seen Chitwa in a while. This open area is fantastic. It's really large. And we had a look at the sort of tree that the monitor lizard was in, the fig tree, and we couldn't see the lizard. I do think Mareeves has finished it. But still, he won't be far. He'll be lurking around somewhere here, or in the Mulwanini, or maybe even the very southern tip of Torchwood, but he won't be far. Maybe he's gone looking for Tandy. If you ever feel stress or you've had a bad day, you can just come to a water body like Chitwa and immediately just feel at ease. All the dams in Buffelshoek are fantastic. Kayamanzi, Big Dam, Broken Dam, Ngala Dam. But Chitwa is my favorite. What do you think about going into that dip, Dov? Or do you think all the animals will run away?
Could be good.
Like, we're going to try and get into... There's a little dip at the end of the dam wall, and it's just going to put us more eye level with the zebras and impala. work. But let's try. It's going to put us at eye level with the hippo as well. There we go. How about that? It worked. Nobody ran away. The turning off the engine thing really works. Oh. What's wrong, hippo? I think that looks like some wounds on its side. It's very common to see wounded hippos, especially males in winter time. And the oxpeckers have no issues of going into the most awkward body parts. Ears, nostrils, and genitalia and all sorts. They have no issues. I can imagine it must get really uncomfortable after a while. Hippo, are you okay? I remember again in 2018 there was lots of male hippos that were seriously injured around the place.
Didn't copy that one.
Didn't copy the name there, but yes, it's quite common to see males out the water. It's common to see females out the water and calves. As I mentioned earlier, it's winter. And they need to warm up. I mean, the sun's, it's hot, but it's not summer hot. So I think this hippo's just chilling, getting some vitamin D, enjoying the sun. The oxpeckers are clearly happy that it's there, but yes, really common to see hippos out of the water. Not so much in the summer, though. In summer, it's so hot outside that they normally are in the dam. Their skin does not deal well with direct sunlight. It can crack and split, and that's why they secrete that really special hipposudoric acid. Ouch. It's pecking away at his eyelid. I wonder if this one's maybe had a fight or sort of been kicked out by an older bull and is feeling sorry for itself, and that's why we can see those scratches on its side. Ouch. It wouldn't be a sighting at a dam if there wasn't a blacksmith lapwing around. It is normal for hippos to be resting. I mean, they are primarily nocturnal. That's when they conduct their feeding and their walking and their territorial displays. So during the day, they really do just rest. This is a youngster. Hello. How many oxpeckers? Look at that. 1, 2... Oh, I've lost count already. Let's see if he's got any wounds on the other side. Oliver, they can be, absolutely. Hippos are very aggressive with one another. Normally territorial bulls. I don't know if this one's been in a fight. Maybe just chilling. But when it comes to the bulls in the dam, they can be very territorial, especially when resources are getting low. For example, when the water levels are dropping and it's winter, the vegetation's not so plentiful and it's not so delicious. We've had some really difficult hippo sightings. And just like in infanticide and lions, where the male lion will kill cubs if he thinks they're not his, hippos will kill calves if he thinks they're not his. That's really is not pleasant. Infanticide on any level is not pleasant, but hippos can be very aggressive with one another. The males are so territorial over their little harem of females. There's no real injuries on that side. It's normal for hippos to have lumps and bumps and scratches. Look at that double chin. No, I can relate to that. That's quite the double chin. And of course an Egyptian goose. How could I forget about you? Yes, you're here at the party too. Okay, I think we might sit tight here a little bit longer in case any of these antelopes spot something that we're looking for. And as we do that, we're going to send you guys over to Damon.
You're back with us at andBeyond, Phinda, and Johan and I are still checking some of the more open areas across the south of the reserve, places where cheetah, of course, being animals that will rely on speed to keep themselves safe from danger, where they might be resting. No sign of any cheetah here, but there's a lot of bird life, a lot of bird activity out here on what is our airstrip. And we're currently watching a crowned lapwing. And there's actually a couple of pairs of these crowned lapwings moving across the grassland here, across the short grass around the airstrip. If you listen in the background, you might be able to hear kind of like a melodious whistle of a pair of yellow-throated longclaws busy displaying. But have a look at that crowned lapwing, how it's walking along, stopping every now and then bending down to peck at the ground. Feeding in this lovely warm sunshine. Getting a last bit of food, a last bit of feeding in before nightfall. And already we're starting to feel the chill of evening. And it's interesting how each pair of lapwings has their own little patch. You don't find, we've been watching carefully how each pair has their own little patch and doesn't really go into the others, or doesn't encroach into any of the other pairs' little areas. And pretty soon these crowned lapwings are going to become quite defensive of their little areas. A bit later on, towards the end of winter and early spring, the next 2 months or so, they're going to start to breed. And then they'll fiercely defend their nests, their chicks, their eggs, against, well, just about anything, even a large animal that might come past, even an animal that has no interest in eating lapwing chicks or lapwing eggs. Like an elephant or a rhino, the parents will shriek incessantly at the animal. They'll display, they may even, in the case of a predator, they may even perform a broken wing display, pretending to be injured, to try and draw the attention of the attacker away. But we're going to leave these lapwings to carry on with their foraging, and we're going to head back out again, try a different area, see if there's any sign of those male cheetah.
Hi, I'm Dee from the south coast of England. Today I was told I have won the most amazing prize to go to Marataba. Oh, I can't believe it. I became hooked on WildEarth last year when I was trying to escape COVID, and animals are my thing. I just love them and I love what WildEarth does. So that's why I wanted to become an explorer. Just so looking forward to going out to Marataba. Want to do a walking safari. Thank you so much, WildEarth.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Still with the Ngala Pride, Talamati Pride, and still nothing to show for it. They are dead to the world, this lot. I think I've seen one put up its head in, what are we now? An hour and a half of being here, almost 2 hours. So we remain hopeful, everybody. And it certainly doesn't seem like we should be hopeful, but we remain hopeful. I'm sure that they will do something at some point and reward our patience, I hope. Oh, Michael, that's an interesting question. I actually never thought of this. When was the first time I saw the Talamatis? I think the first time I saw them was in 2018, I want to say. Yeah, maybe 2018. It was the first time that I saw them. In the Sabi Sands, that is. They... I don't recall seeing them before that. You know, they never used to come here. It was always the Djuma Private. The Talamatis used to be in Manyeleti only, so... Yeah, it must be 2018 was the first time that I saw them, properly. Up on Buffalo's Hook, right on the boundary with Manyeleti. So yeah, it's not been that long with them. It's not like the Djuma Pride. You know, the first time I saw the Djuma Pride was in 2011. So that's a long time ago. It's been a couple of years. I sometimes forget how old I am and how many years I've been in here. It's been quite a while, but it's been a very rich journey in many respects. When you know, Mike, when you ask these kind of questions, you always sort of go down this memory lane and you start to think about all these sightings you've had and all these lions that you've seen, and you kind of reminds you of just how fortunate you kind of have been to see as much as I have. I've certainly been very, very spoilt in my life to be able to see as many different things and weird and wonderful sights in the bush. It hasn't obviously come without sacrifice. A lot of people see what we do out here and think that we live a dream. And I can assure you that there is some very, very, very good parts, but there are some very hard parts about what we do. It's not easy to be away from family for 3-4 months at a time, living in what can be sometimes very rudimentary living quarters, dealing with long days that can start to weigh on people. That's why there's a very select few career guides. We end up in a situation where we've got a lot of guides that come through in a very high turnover. If I think about the number of guides of sort of when I started to where I am now that are still in this area, I reckon less than 20% have managed to stay with it all the way through. maybe 30%. Let's call it 30% if you count all the private guides. So yeah, it's as much as it's been amazing, and it is great to know all these animals and see all these animals. Like I say, it does come with its own sacrifices. People think that what we do out here is always easy, and it's not. There's some days that are hard out here. You have days where you have personal issues, you have maybe a loss in the family or a birthday or Christmas, and you've got to get onto a game drive and smile and either host guests or talk to a camera, and that's not always the easiest thing to do. It's like you have to become a chameleon in some respects, and you've got to kind of change your ability to kind of do things and to compartmentalize feelings and emotion and be able to separate it out from work, and that's not easy. So yeah, I mean, it's great, and I always love the fact that I've spent the time out here and been able to see prides like this, and all the different prides that I have been able to follow, and all the different leopards and also elephants and rhinos and various things that we've come to know over the years. And I certainly wouldn't change it for anything, but it's one of my pet hates is when people come up to me and be like, "You live a dream. You're on holiday every day." It's like, yeah, we are on holiday for 17 hours a day at work. There's not many people that can work hours like that. I mean, obviously here at WildEarth, we don't work those kind of hours before everyone panics. We're quite lucky here. But when you're guiding guests and you're at a lodge, you can be doing sometimes 17, 18, 19-hour shifts for 6 weeks at a time without a single day off. Starts to get a little bit more kind of work-like and less holiday-like pretty quickly. And I've seen a lot of people from, guides to management to spa therapists to front of house, all these people that come out here and think that they're going to live this life that they see on a documentary or they see from the outside on social media, and they quickly learn that this is hard work. It is not easy work. It is long days, long hours. Sometimes the temperatures get people, and a lot of them don't make it because of it. So my advice to anybody out there that's thinking about doing this is absolutely explore it, but be realistic about it. Don't fool yourself into thinking that this will be a walk in the park and that you'll just walk in and get onto a vehicle and go take photographs every day. It's most certainly not how it works. It's going to require a lot of sacrifice, a lot of hard work, and a lot of dedication to it at times when you think that you don't want to be out here. You've got to sometimes just push through a little bit, and I promise you that there are good rewards in all of that, but you need to be realistic about it. I see so many young guides these days at the various training providers that have this distorted reality of what life is actually like out here. They might have gone on a safari where they were a guest, or they've seen social media accounts of myself, whoever, all of us that are out here, and we sometimes portray a very different life to what is led. And I see people and they talk to them and they want to be out taking photographs every day and are excited to be out there, and it's sometimes just needs a bit of a reality check and all of that it's not quite the way it's going to be. But yeah, if you're willing to accept those little challenges, it can be one of the most rewarding jobs in the whole world. So yeah, the head is up. Wonderful. There is hope, everybody. Anyway, while we sit here and we contemplate life and the journey of life through wildlife and various other things, let's send you across to Steve, who seems to be of late in touch with his inner sort of journey, and see what he's got to say.
Well, welcome back to Pridens, everybody, where we have climbed onto a rock and we are just surveying the landscape for some wildlife. Decided the light was not too good for tracking anymore, so we thought we might just come and get a nice pew with a view and have a look out over what's unfolding below us here, which is another beautiful afternoon. I'm absolutely loving these little patches of wilderness and pridelands with nice rocky outcrops. This ancient energy stored in the geology of the earth. You can find old rocky outcrops with old forest on it. The energy around them is incredible. The sacred sites. Find ourselves sitting on top of a rock like this, seemingly in the middle of nowhere, and wondering, how many have come before me, sat here? What did they contemplate? Did they have the same concerns in their day? Food procurement and shelter, the safety of the family. That has not changed. Only the means by which it is achieved has changed. Many of those philosophies are still very much the same. You might hear a vehicle. The road's a little bit behind us. I can hear one approaching from the distance, so apologies for that. Forgive my dad joke in advance, but geology rocks, everybody. Hammond, well, that's exactly it. How many people have sat exactly where I'm sitting before? And did they enjoy sunset? Did they contemplate the darkness, the arrival of the darkness, and did they consider the dangers that it was going to bring? Or did they enjoy the beauty that colour with the clouds created, the natural beauty that nature has sort of inspired for how many generations? Before the safety and security of homes and buildings and people who lived out in these landscapes, I think might have looked at the night in a very different way to how we do now, with the dangers that would have prowled around at night. Security is a very, very important thing. I mean, how many of you have noticed your ability to enjoy a beautiful scene when you don't feel safe? Definitely a bit of a tricky one. Safety in oneself, though, I suppose, is a very, very profound statement to have.
We've just found the cutest ones of the bush, the dwarf mongoose. Smallest of all the mongooses, but definitely the biggest personality. Never failed to make me laugh. But the sun's going down, so that's why they're sort of a little... Oh, there's another one. Oh, that's a youngster. Hello. Aren't you cute, but brave? They're getting ready to settle down for the night. They're strictly diurnal. Love to groom one another. If this hasn't put a smile on your face right now, then I don't know what will. Let's just sit and watch them for a moment or two. I'm sure they're going to be highly entertaining. They just start watching us. Isn't this just adorable? The sun is going down low, so soon they will be inside the mine for the night.
Okay, everybody. Well, welcome back to andBeyond and Ngala. I've left that area where that leopardess and her cubs are hanging around. She seemed to move away into some thicker bushes, and the youngsters are now on their own, and I don't want to bring any unnecessary attention towards them. So I've left there completely. Maybe tomorrow go and have a look there. But as you can see on the screen, I've just stopped, kind of heading into a separate part of the reserve, and there's quite fresh signs of a large herd of buffalo moving through here. You can see a fresh kind of pat of dung. There's a few more pats of dung. Kind of the dung has been kicked around as well, suggesting that there's quite a few buffalo here. Lots of disturbance on the road. It looks like a relatively large herd of buffalo moved through here, maybe sometime this morning. So this is good signs. It's always good signs and exciting to have large herds of buffalo coming through the property. So I'm going to keep going, like towards where these tracks are going. Beautiful sunset going to happen this afternoon, and hopefully we can catch it. Something that I always try and make a deal of is sunsets and sunrises. We really are quite privileged and lucky out here to be able to watch every sunrise and every sunset. See, beautiful big marula tree here. Kind of half of it has been eaten away and rotten away by termites. I mean, if you have a look at that branch, beautiful sun on the left there as well. There's that like kind of out hanging branch over there that's kind of dead and no longer growing. Zoe, what is my favorite bird? I actually do enjoy birds quite a bit. I have to say my favorite bird would have to be a pied kingfisher, and not far behind it would be a woodlands kingfisher, and a lot of that goes back to my dad and like how I grew up and kind of memories and thoughts of that. So it's a bird we see fairly frequently and fairly regularly, but it certainly would have to be my favorite bird. This wouldn't be an amazing spot to see a pied kingfisher specifically, simply because they do predominantly eat fish and frogs and things like that, so maybe around a watering hole or around the river. This, however, though, would be a good place to see a woodlands kingfisher, and that'll be in the summertime predominantly, or almost exclusively, so they're intra-African migrants, and in the wintertime, like at the moment, there is a kind of lack of food. Lots of the grasses are dying. There's nowhere near as many insects as there are in the summertime. So the woodlands kingfishers during the winter time kind of fly a little bit further north into Africa. And then once the rains come back, they come back. And they feed on the abundance of insects that the rain has brought. So pied kingfishers are with us all year round. They're what we call residents. And around some of the water courses, you may see them flying up and down. They're the ones that kind of like hover above the water. And will go down looking for any kind of aquatic fish or frog swimming around there. Okay, so the tracks of the buffalo, I mean, just on the road there as well, there's still one more patch. You can see it there. Very clear evidence of the buffalo herd moving through here as well. So I'm going to keep going here, following the trail and the track of this herd of buffalo, following the dung, seeing if we can't catch up to them before the sun goes down. In the meantime, I'll send you to Steve.
Welcome back to Pridelands, everyone, when the sun is getting ready to disappear behind a thick bank of cloud. We are really blessed with our moments on these rocky outcrops here to spend moments admiring the sunrise and the sunset, and we do really enjoy bringing them to you. And we also enjoy bringing you moments of reflection, contemplation, and this is one of those moments of silence. Moments of silence are always very special. It's also very special spending time with lions.
Well, I mean, that for Steve is definitely a special thing. For me, sometimes I do get frustrated, I'll admit it, but I like lions and I enjoy them, but when they sit for long periods, it can sometimes be a little hectic. I don't know why I have so much more patience for a sleeping leopard. I don't know what it is. It's a weird thing. It's not rational, and it's in no way actually fair, because leopards sleep like this too and also do nothing. But yeah, I just have more tolerance for it, and that's just the way life is. We all have our favorites, and we all like to see certain things, and so for me, tolerance with a leopard is just that much higher. Cooking fat. What do I think is an unhealthy number for a lion pride? There's no need to be shouting on the radio, whoever you may be. That's a difficult question to answer, because I don't think there's such a thing as an unhealthy number. I think prides growing is a sign of success and health of the population. So let's reword it. What would be an optimal number for a pride and a suboptimal number for a pride? So I think within this system, if we're referring to the Sabi Sands itself and the Djuma system, currently, we do have buffalo herds roaming around, but it's herds and very few bulls on their own. So sustaining large prides, also because of our sort of low number of wildebeest, zebra and giraffe, means that large prides really are going to struggle here. It's going to be hard work for them to sustain themselves. So when I'm talking about large prides, I'm talking about anything really over 10. So this Talamati pride, you can see they're not massively fat and full. It's my favorite member of the Talamati pride. I love this little line. I love its story and the fact that it survived. So I think, anything over 10 at the moment here really is a struggle. It's a hard work, and it's probably why we see the Talamatis moving as much as we do. We see them kind of covering huge amounts of ground, and that's all just trying to find sustenance for so many individuals. The sub-adults have done very well. They've gotten big, and, 3 young boys plus dark mane if he's in tow means that they require serious food. So I think that's one side of it. The other side of it is, how much water availability is there? What is the density of lions around the prides? That all dictates numbers. And so if you go into, some parts of central Kruger, optimal numbers of prides there is 20, 25 lions, whereas, here it's not. And if you go into like the Kalahari Desert, for example, prides of 3, 4 are very good. Even in the Mara, outside of the migration, a pride that's got 2 or 3 members of the pride seem to do and fare far better than the bigger prides outside of the migration, just due to the lower amount of food availability. So hunting things like warthogs and stuff like that works very well if you're in smaller groups than when you're in bigger ones. So yeah, I think it's really area specific. There's no one number that you can throw out across the board. I think this is the thing about wildlife that a lot of people need to start learning and understanding, is that the rule books and these books that have been written on wildlife and are quoted as sort of guidelines are all done in area-specific ways. So studies that are done on lions, let's say, might be from Kenya, but that's not to say that those lions will behave exactly the same if they were in this system. These animals, and not just lions, but every animal out here, are very, very, very adaptable, and they will adapt to the conditions that are put in front of them, and you'll find that they'll move and change accordingly. And so I think a lot of what we read in text and things like that, a lot of those studies are also quite old, and as we've spent more time and more technology has allowed us a more intimate view of these animals, we've started to understand a lot more. So I don't think you can assign numbers like that across the board to any species. I think it really depends on where they are, what is their food availability, what is their water availability, is there heavy competition, is there competition from other predators in the form of hyenas, and potentially even things like pythons, which could be taking little lion cubs. So, it's all of those factors come together to bring about a optimal number for an area. So to answer that question, here in this part of the reserve, I find prides under 10 generally do quite nicely because they can feed on kudu, waterbuck, impalas, and do all right with that. I find the prides going over 10, and we're talking adult lions. So in this case, even though the young ones aren't breeding, they're pretty much big enough to be classed in that sort of category from a food availability point of view. I would say that they're struggling at the moment to find food on a consistent basis, and it's why they're ranging massively into the Manyeleti, across towards Chitwa and into Arathusa and Simambili. They're just always on the move trying to find sustenance for themselves, and it's just such a shame that they missed out on the buffalo that were here for 4 days. 5 days or whatever it was, and we had 2 different big groups of buffalo, and these guys were nowhere to be found. They were up in the Manyeleti, so if they'd come down, they would have had a chance there. But in saying that, they're just not a great pride with buffalo. They just unfortunately just haven't cracked that code yet. But maybe with these 3 young boys in this pride, they'll be able to crack that code and get it right. All right, little girl, are you going to be the catalyst to get everybody going? Let's hope so. The one nice thing about flat lion sightings is it does bring about conversation, and it does bring about time to talk about previous things and stories and things like that. So if there's anything you guys want to know about lion stories or anything, feel free to ask away. In the meantime, though, I'll send you across to Damon and Phinda.
Johan and I are still trying to find these cheats, everybody. One of the other vehicles that's driving around this afternoon managed to get a brief glimpse of them disappearing into some thickets. And so we, as well as 2 other vehicles from one of the lodges, have been kind of circling the block, trying to see if we can't, excuse me, if we can't find them as they pop back out of the thicket. So far, no luck. But a welcome distraction has come in the form of this enormous white rhino bull, fast asleep. Well, not so fast asleep anymore. It looks like he's just woken up. His eyes have opened. But he's been taking it easy there. Along a game trail with a bit of a windbreak, there's those lovely big trees off to the left, keeping him sheltered from the chilly wind. Look at how those ears are twisting all over the place as he listens. Even though he's lying down and has been asleep, he's still super aware of his surroundings. Look at his horn, everybody. It looks like he's got some mud on his horn. Might have been rubbing his horn against a termite mound, or maybe he got into a mud wallow earlier and was using his horn to churn up the mud. So he's trying to get comfortable. And he seems to be sitting more and more upright. I wonder if he's not going to maybe stand up. Oh, never mind. Or roll it back onto his side. But look at the absolute size of him, everybody. He's just massive. Look how big his back is. And his neck. Look at how thick his neck is. And of course, that super big, thick, strong neck he'll use in territorial fights with other white rhino bulls. Defending his turf, defending his territory. And we're not very far from that midden that we saw earlier. So that midden may very well have been his. Matthew, you're asking how come we don't see oxpeckers on rhinos? Matthew, we do see oxpeckers on rhinos very often. I suppose we just haven't, by some coincidence, we just haven't shown you any. They do frequently sit on rhinos. We've often spoken about how invasive they can be because they often go into the ears of the rhino. Look at how those ears are like little trumpets. It's not uncommon for oxpeckers to climb down into the ears or even up into the nostrils of the rhinos as they search those kind of softer tissue areas for ticks. It's a little bit late now for oxpeckers. See how dark it's getting? The sun is about to touch down, so to speak, on the horizon off to the west. And so the oxpeckers will likely be heading home to roost. And just while we're kind of sitting here and watching this rhino, it's also quite helpful for us in terms of our search for these cheetah, because as they move, they're going to invariably attract attention. We were talking earlier about the impala's alarm calling and how that might help us to find the cheetah. And where they've gone, the bush is pretty thick, so it's more kind of the habitat for Nyalas as opposed to impala. And if Nyala do see those cheetah, they'll definitely alarm call. But Johanna's just drawn my, well, I was talking about the sun that's going down in the west, and we just want to quickly show you what that looks like. It's a bit tough to see because we're a little bit behind the bush, parked in such a way to make sure we can see the rhino. But look at that. There's the sun behind the trees. But with the sun going down, we're running out of light to try and find these cheetah. So we're going to frantically do a couple more kind of laps around this thicket where the rhino's lying in the hope that the cheetah come out. While we do that, let's go across to Dan at Ngala and see what he's up to.
Welcome back, everybody. So I just want to start on the sun here quickly because it is beautiful and it's about to disappear. We are just below a little hill, so it's not completely down once we lose sight of it, but it'll be below the tree line and we won't see it. It'll still provide light for the next short while. But it's such a cool little spot here as well. I mean, the colors of those clouds are going to change drastically to all sorts of purples and pinks and oranges in the next half hour or so. But as Odie kind of moves around, we were kind of tracking that herd of buffalo earlier, and we've managed to find them. So for now, it seems like probably a good few hundred of them, but I would suspect there to be even more. Kind of the noise is coming around, and as Odie moves around, have a good look at how many there are here. There's even like a bit of a dust cloud behind them as they walk. It's so amazing to kind of watch a herd of buffalo like this. So I'm very interested to see quite how many I think there may be here. I mean, the buffalo herds in the Kruger Park took a huge hit in 2016 during those droughts, and it decreased their number by some would estimate at about 40% of them. They were kind of dying all over the place. Like wild dogs were even hunting buffaloes. They were so weak that wild dogs were even taking down buffalo, and there was not enough predators or scavengers around to even feed on the amount of buffalo that were dying. Look at this young one just watching us here. So you found buffalo carcasses just like scattered all around, and nothing having touched them or eaten them. And even to this day, you'll sometimes see buffalo skulls with a whole lot of bones quite close to them. And now that's quite unusual for carcasses in this area, because hyenas, when they come through, they'll pick up a bone, and there's generally quite a bit of competition around a carcass. So they'll pick up a bone and then take it away so that they can eat it in pieces without being harassed and chastised by anything else, whether it be lions or hyenas. So when you see a carcass that's all in one kind of shape, or lots of the bones are around, it's often lots of them dying at the same time, maybe even like a giraffe getting struck by lightning, and then predators won't eat it then. So it's really good to see a buffalo herd of this number kind of getting these numbers back to where they used to be. And after such a great year of rain this year, there's still lots of grass, particularly where these buffalo are heading. They're walking in a northerly direction, kind of towards the Timbavati, our boundary with the Timbavati. And that little section of the Timbavati and of our reserve actually got hammered by hail in a big storm. And it like took all the leaves off of all the mapanis, which should be starting to lose their leaves around here, but they should have quite a lot. So you'll see this kind of mapani belt of barrenness. And below that, there's just this beautiful green grass. And I mean, it's the middle of winter. There isn't too much greenery around in terms of the grasses especially, but up there, where these buffalo are heading, is right into that green, fresh grass. And it's so interesting to see after that hailstorm, the impact that the hail had on the area. I mean, often people burn in certain areas to kind of encourage the growth of grasses and get rid of alien species. Hail seems to have like a similar effect on the grasses and the trees as fire does. And it's been very interesting. It's been my first experience of having such a big hailstorm wipe out like a kind of canopy of trees and watch the development and growth of the grass underneath. So we've seen a huge increase in general game up in the north, in that Mapani belt, and that's to do with the grass as well. And often the lions have also been seen much further north because of it as well. Natalie, thanks for bringing me back to the buffalo. Yes, the horns are amazing. Look at these little ones just starting to grow. And, I mean, this is one of many little ones, or calves, in this herd. Seems like lots of them have survived. They'll be probably closer to 4 or 5 months old by now already. Not all of them. I mean, most of them will be born in around
still with the lions, and there's signs now, at least, of some stirring. A couple of them have moved a little bit. Some are starting to groom. We're starting to at least see that they're thinking about waking up. It'll be nice if they do. Now, the one that's got her head up at the moment and her eyes are kind of closing, she's a funny lioness. I really like her as well. She's naughty though. She's one of the ones that likes to stalk the vehicle and then like kind of bound up behind it if you're moving. But she has the most beautiful colored eyes. There's light eyes. She's very, very pretty. But naughty, like I say, like the boys. The boys are also naughty. They're at that age where they just want to play with everything and chase everything and kind of generally just try and mess around and do their things. So I enjoy her. She's got a bit of attitude. But you can see one by one there's a bit of kind of movement, so a little grooming, we start to see a bit of yawning, and eventually the older females will be the one that will start to kind of dictate what goes on once they start to wake up. And then we'll start to kind of see the young ones pop up quite fast. But they definitely could do with a meal. The sub-adults all look nice and kind of healthy, but the older females are all looking pretty, not ragged, but they're looking like they could do with something, and something decent. Not an impala that these young boys are going to bully them off. They need something good, like a big kudu bull or a zebra or a wildebeest or something like that. All of those kind of things will be really nice kind of meals for these guys. All right, we'll continue to sit with them. Like I say, there's a slow bit of movement starting to take place, and so hopefully we'll get some luck soon with them getting up and going.
Thank you.
We're trying to chase the sunset for you all. but it's going down remarkably quick. It's getting engulfed by a cloud. I'm not entirely sure we're going to make this. We're trying to find an open cloud. Would this work, Doc? You can just see it away in the distance there. The sun going down. In a few seconds, we're going to lose it entirely. And just like that, it's gone. But we are just going to sit here and admire the skyline, a beautiful color palette of the sunset. Isn't it just beautiful? Went down far too fast, but at least we've still got a little bit of light to work with for now.
Well, slowly but surely grooming is taking place. There's some rolling. I've even seen some yawning. There should be some females standing up even. So we're getting there. And it's definitely little stretches taking place. So I think we are soon going to get going. I'm intrigued to see which direction we're going to head with these guys. Part of me wants to head south because it'd be cool to see them at the dam. But if we want to see them getting a meal, then that part of me needs them to go north and up towards quarantine. There's not a lot of general game where we are right now. There are kudus through these blocks, but really most things at this time of the day is now making its way to open clearing. So even the likes of kudu start to move towards sort of quarantine area, and you'll get the wildebeest and the impalas and, you know, the general stuff that likes to sit out that way. So it'll be intriguing to see the movement pattern. There's no buffalo that's around that I know of, so I don't expect them to be kind of on the trail of that. So we'll just see. We'll see what happens and where they go. Their movement at the moment is so erratic and so difficult to predict. That's going to take a bit of time to work out what's going on. I must admit, this morning it was quite interesting because they had this altercation with this rhino, and for a long time I was very kind of worried because it's a rhino that's been here for many years. She's easily 35 years old, so she's an old cow, and she's just overcome a horrible foot injury, and she's now doing really well, and she's back to full weight and walking nicely. And I was just like, it's just bad timing that the lions found her, and I was worried that because of her age that maybe, you know, they'd wear her down. But I'll tell you what, one lion almost got killed when I was there. It was millimeters away from him being no longer with us. He got into a point where he was on a bank and he slipped, and I was telling this story earlier, but he slipped down, and as he slipped down she turned and she smashed her horn into this bank, and this horn must have missed him by, I don't know, maybe 5 centimeters. if that, so not even 2 inches, and it slammed between his tail and his leg, and then her head was starting to push onto him, and before he was getting squashed against the bank, he managed to wiggle his way up and almost push off her face and up onto the bank, and out of the way. But I mean, if that horn had connected in his abdomen, it would have just gone straight through him, and he would have just been crushed against the bank with her weight. So very, very lucky. And it was when that happened that everybody just backed off immediately, because at one point there were 3 of them on the back of this poor animal, trying to bite and anchor, but once that happened, everybody sort of backed off. And after that, we had one of the younger females who was just sitting there coughing the whole time, and I was wondering if maybe she didn't get a crush injury where she got pushed and had a sort of broken rib and a lung thing. But when she actually stood up and turned, if she had had a lung injury with blood, it would have been coming out of her mouth with her coughing, and there was nothing there. I think just in the chaos and all the dust, and maybe she got bits of grass down her throat and was struggling a little bit just to get it out. But it was a crazy interaction to see, and it highlights the desperation of this pride to find decent food at the moment. That's an animal that most of the time lions walk past and are not interested in trying. And yes, I know she's an older individual and she's had this limp a little bit, but these guys taking that on without male lions is almost like a suicide mission. So it speaks of how hungry they are and how much they're looking for food at the moment. This one stretching here has made me laugh, the one on the far left. The one thing though, these boys are getting big. They're not small. I mean, look at that. They're even starting to get that darkness that the males get, when their coat color starts to darken up the back of the legs, as the testosterone is starting to come through. So this starts to happen. Well, you're just going to put your paw on the other one and dig your claws in until they wake up. Is that what's happening here? It's one of the other boys that he's got his paw on at the moment. And these 2 in the front are also playing. I wonder, in terms of how far they travel for food, it's not always far. Depends on what they find. But I'll give you an idea of their movements from the last few days if we use our map. Sorry, our map's taking an absolute pounding with this dust. It's just getting so dirty and dusty at the moment. But their movement through the last few days has been the following. So they were up in Manyaleti up here. They then came down and they killed a zebra here. Now, the day that they killed a zebra, I think was the morning that I had Marips and Tandi together. So what's that, 3 days ago? The 3 days? Yeah, somewhere there. So they came down. It might have been the morning before when they killed the zebra there. Then from there, no one found them the next day. And then we found them the following day down here on Vulture's Nest. This is where Lauren had them making those impala kills, and then they went across to Twin Dams. From there, they went up into Simbambili, turned back out of Simbambili up here to Baobab, Sydney's Dam area, and they lay up there. And then last night, they went up to Jacana like this, up here, went into the Manyaleti, then came back out at the gate, came down like this all the way, and then this is where they chased Shadulu up the tree, and we're now here at this junction over here at Philemon's Shabamu junction. So from here, I don't know where they're going to go, but you can see they move some nights further than others, and it really just depends on where the food is. If they come across something, then they typically spend more time there, or if they kill something, then obviously that anchors them for a while. So food is really the big thing, but they are starting to wake up now, which is good news. We're seeing a lot more grooming happening. I'm pretty sure they're going to get going now. When you see this yawning behavior and you sort of see all this stretching and moving, you can be sure that there's going to be some movement taking place pretty soon, sorry, should I say, not sure. So we'll just be patient and wait for them to do so. The problem with them is that they're very erratic. Like the Nkuhumas were quite consistent in their sort of movement patterns. There were certain areas that they love to use, and so like Treehouse Dam was an Nkuhuma favorite spot, whereas these guys, Gowrie Dam seems to be quite central to them. They like Gowrie Dam when they're on Djuma quarantine, but other than that, they typically are quite free roaming, and we're finding them all over the place, from Torchwood to Chitwa to Arathusa Simambili, all the way in the Manyeleti, and they are going far north in the Manyeleti. The other day, not recently, but I want to say about 2 months ago, a month ago, they were all the way up at Main Dam. So a month ago, that's right, it was when I was here with Lisa. It was a month, yeah, so they went all the way Main Dam, which is like central Manyeleti, and then came all the way back. So they are moving, these guys. They're not staying in one place. Look at everybody. It's cool when they wake up like this. Beach Bunny, it is very cool. This is the one really cool part about lions, is this dynamic of social interaction and the way that they go about being with one another and kind of enforcing those bonds, and so grooming each other and rubbing up on each other. That's really, a really integral part of lion dynamic. But for us as people, it's a fascinating insight into just how the bonding process works with them. We don't see it nearly as much with leopard or cheetah. Obviously we don't see a lot of cheetah here, but with leopards being mostly solitary, and even with their cubs, there's not the same frequency of bonding that we see with these guys. Like, the females will come to their cubs, they'll groom them for a little bit, but it's not long sessions like this, and it's not multiple members together, and they bite each other and play a little bit and lick each other, and there's a bit of camaraderie amongst the siblings. And I think prides, when they start doing this kind of thing, are really cool to watch, and they certainly have the cute factor, that's for sure. Look at that male at the back getting his belly groomed by the other male. It's like the best life, isn't it? Don't bite your paw. Those two boys this morning were running riot. They were up, down, side to side, jumping on each other, jumping on one of the young females. They were all over the place. I don't see the third boy at the moment. He must be here. But I don't see him right now. Hear a hippo calling from Gari Dam as well. Well, continue to sit with them. Let's see. Hopefully we'll get some activity and some movement as the evening starts to close in.
Hello, my name is Marnie Kell from the Greater Toronto area of Ontario, Canada. I am most excited to meet some of the guides that I feel I already know. And I'm going to very much enjoy riding along with them to see what they see most days while they're broadcasting these safaris to us, while also staying at the beautiful Simbambili Lodge. WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only Earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our Earth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
The grooming continues. Lots of yawning taking place, especially from the older females. They're starting to get to the point now where I think movement is imminent. I've been saying that for a while, but it certainly seems that way. Although with lions, sometimes what they do is they do this, they groom, and then they walk 10 meters, and then they all flop down again, and you're like, oh, I got so excited for nothing. But hopefully that won't be the case tonight.
When I turn the knob, it switched it.
These two are having the best little cuddle at the moment. Avril, 100%. It's been like that for 2 years, so it's not going to get any better. If you look at the structure of his leg, you can see that that leg was badly broken and reset badly. Well, just reset in the way that the body could reset, and so it's massively swollen and big, and I feel sorry for him because you can imagine how sore it must be in this cold weather, and how stiff it must be when he wakes up, after a long nap. And it's funny, once he gets walking for a while, he's actually not bad. He doesn't limp that much when he's been walking for a long time and he gets warm. But that injury is never going to recover. It's going to be with him for life. Injuries with lions like that, where you can see that there's a bone structural issue there, will be carried. It's like the female in this pride with the short tail. She's got, I don't know what happened. No one really knows what happened to her and why she lost the use of her back legs at one point. It could have been white muscle disease, but it would have been surprising because the pride was feeding fairly well at that time, particularly on zebra and wildebeest. And zebra have high fat content, so they should have got enough selenium and shouldn't be worrying about white muscle disease. So I don't know if it was that, or if maybe in playing, one of the ones just landed funny on her, or maybe she tried to get to the carcass while Darkmane was there and he just lashed out. You don't know. These are all one of the other lionesses. You don't know what could have happened. But anyway, she had that issue and she's recovered, and you can see she still walks with a limp, and that will never go away. I don't think that lioness will ever fully walk properly. It's not like it affects her. She can still run and she can still eat and she can still do all those things. So she'll be a functioning lion, much like Darkmane is functioning. It's just that she'll never have a complete use like a other individual that hasn't had those kinds of injuries. And luckily for her, she'll be in a pride system, so she should be okay. But in Darkmane's case, what's unfortunate is that he's had such a long period of separation from the other evokers that the chances of him rejoining them and actually spending quality time with them, I think, is so limited, just because they will see him as a threat to cubs. They're not going to want him around the new Nkuhuma cubs. They're going to try and keep him at bay because they don't know how he's going to be with them. And so he has a problem that if this pride gets taken over by other males, he has nowhere to go, and the reliance on these females to sometimes get him through when he's struggling a little bit for food is there. It's not that, he can just survive by himself. He needs a bit of help. So it's going to be tough for Dark Mane. You don't want to see it, and it's never nice to witness lions go through these phases, but it's the reality out here. These are wild animals, and they go through hard times. A lot of people always say, I'd love to be a male lion because, king of the jungle. The last animal I'd want to be out here is a male lion. It is one of the hardest lives out here. These guys fight constantly. They having to try and compete all the time. Their tenure as dominant individuals, if they're not part of a nice big coalition, is generally very, very short. It's just a hard existence from day one all the way till they die. It's a battle as a cub to survive, and then once you're a young male, you get pushed around a little bit, and then you become dominant, and everybody wants to try and challenge you. It's just tough to be a male lion. So, wish him well, and hopefully he'll figure it out. But it's going to definitely not be an easy period now for him. When these females all start coming into estrus, they're going to definitely start attracting the wrong kind of attention for Dark Mane. And that is the ebb and flow of lion prides. It's been like that for years and years and years and years and years, and will continue to roll like that. It's an efficient system. It means that lions have strong genetics when they roll through those ways and they do the things that they do. And sort of the changeover of males so much is important and vital to them surviving. But I expect that these sub-adult males are not going to be around for much longer. I think they're going to get chased sooner rather than later. Nikanova, you're asking if siblings have the same eye color. No, not always. So out here, sometimes what you'll find is much like if you take the Birmingham Pride at Ngala, for example, it's a very, very cool kind of case study, is that the white lions there, so the male and the female, their litter mates are not white. Those litter mates are tawny. So even though they might be in the same litter, eye color, coat color can vary, and it's the same as people. If there's twins, you do get identical twins, but you also get twins that are completely different and have different eye colors and different shades of skin, and it will be the same for lions. So while there might be some that have very similar eye color, there might be little litters that don't. This has been a very, very long wake-up and grooming session. Let's see. Hopefully they'll kind of wake up now and get going. But in the meantime, let's send you across to Dan, who's on a mission. I wonder if he's going to be looking for the very Birminghams we've just been talking about.
Welcome back to andBeyond and Ngala, everybody. What we've got here is a hyena that's currently just on its patrol. I'm sure it's just started its patrol sometime not so long ago, and it's just walked straight past two big giraffe, and they had no real interest or interactions with one another whatsoever. The giraffes did give a second kind of look and just watch the hyena. The hyena has stopped in the road, now turned and watched. I don't think it's necessarily watching the giraffe. I think it's more listening to something that it might have heard. And I'm also listening to it quickly. Sounded like an impala that was alarm calling quite far away. There is an impala alarm calling. It is quite far. It'll be interesting to see what this hyena's next move is. If it works out kind of the balance between risk and reward, is that, oh, there we go, it's changed its direction, huh? Straight towards where that alarm call was. And that hyena was walking right on the road with a set plan, which has now been quite quickly changed due to that sound of those impalas alarm calling. And check, or have a look now. This hyena's just walking right between those giraffe as well. Not bothered, worried at all, the giraffe. I mean, one hyena on its own would really struggle to take down one of those giraffes. It also goes back to the balance between risk and reward. If that hyena wanted to risk its life to try and take down the giraffe, one kick from that giraffe could be potentially fatal to that hyena, even if it's just a broken leg or something. You know, if that hyena can't move around to hunt and feed itself, it's going to die. So, and the reward of a huge giraffe carcass, is it worth it? Might lose it to lions. Would be nice, but not worth the risk. Okay, now the hyena's just kind of gone out of picture. I'm sure it's going to use this next road. You can see the fork in the road here. The hyena initially on the one that goes to the right, following with its set plan. Heard the impala's alarm calling, turned left, and now I'm sure it's going to meet up on this road and then use this road to now go further east. But, you know, kind of just quickly go, there it goes, you see it on the road, just to see if before the light disappears. And I'm just going to follow that hyena. It's going in the direction, that will be my best, right in the distance. There's a lovely open area here as well. My best shot at finding out exactly what that impala was alarming at. Yes, it was far away, and yes, I think I know where it might be coming from, will certainly be this hyena. His sense of hearing and his sense of smell is far greater than mine. His sense of understanding as to what's going on out here, that hyena would have been able to, whoopsie, sorry, there goes my earpiece. That hyena would have been able to determine from the call whether or not it was on a false alarm, how many impalas were alarming, far greater than I can, and he's already assessed the situation that may in fact be worth it. I'm going to quickly, not go past each giraffe too quickly, just go slow as they continue to feed. Look at that long tongue.
Hello everyone. We are now on our search for the more nocturnal-ish animals. It's not dark just yet. I tried my spotlight and I think it's a little bit too early for that. The spotlight really doesn't work when it's still too light. But we're at that time now where the car lights are on. So we bumbled a little bit in the west to see if we can pick up on any signs of Kara from this morning, but no such luck. I'm happy that she's back on Djuma again. She popped into the Mangaletti a few times, and I have to say, after the fate of her father, I'm glad she came back this way. She's just exploring. But I'm happy that she's back in the sands either way. Whether it is Bufosuk, Simbambili or Djuma, at least she's back our way. But Djuma, preferably, out of them all. And that's obviously the sort of section Shadulu's left her. So she's gonna have to find her paws. We're driving extremely slowly for two reasons. A, to find animals, and B, to try and stay warm. The faster you drive, the colder it gets. The slower you drive, you can at least try and stay a little bit warmer. The temperature drops just like that these days. 1 minute you're fine, and in the next minute, everybody's reaching for their jackets and their scarves and their gloves. Maybe it is. We got a new spotlight. Yay, look at this. Hello, everyone. New spotlight on Wendy. It was a gift. Ah, look at this. Luxury. I feel like I'm going to find all the animals tonight with this spotlight. Okay, we're going to bumble a little bit inwards now that we've done the west and see what else we can find with Wendy's new spotlight.
glad Lauren has got a new spotlight. It's incredibly frustrating when you're driving at night and your spotlight doesn't work. It really becomes very difficult. You don't realize how much of a tool it can be with the night time when you don't have it. Oh, until you don't have it. Our little spotlight on Rusty is not my favorite either, I must be honest. It reminds me of a Halloween lantern when I see it on the screen with its little orange glow from behind. And it's not particularly powerful, but it works, and that's all we can hope for at this stage. So all good. BK, are you in infrared or not?
Yes, I'm in infrared.
Yeah, BK's in infrared, okay. I was just going to explain to everybody while you're in infrared, and because I know that the light will be making BK's life a little bit more tricky, that there is a spotlight, and the spotlight will be used because there are guests in this sighting. These guests obviously have come from a fair distance. I can hear one of them is definitely from the United States of America. And so, they've come a long way, and to see them in the dark means that they need to use a spotlight. So if you guys want to know about spotlights and the flash, I did do quite a long thing on it recently. I think it was like 2-3 days ago. You can go check it out on one of the sunset safaris. And sort of why they're used and the ethics of using them. So, yeah, they will be one, and it will be part and parcel of the sighting from now on. So it's not us that is using them, unfortunately. Not everyone has infrared technology like we do to be able to do what they want to do. So funny, this lioness on the right has gone to the toilet here. And I must be honest, as somebody that is very into photography and likes taking photos, and I don't profess to be particularly wonderful at it, but enjoy taking photos. I find it very awkward to photograph lions that are going to the toilet. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Let's see what they get up to.
We're now very much in infrared. It's getting darker and darker, which really does make it easier with the spotlight to pick out that eye shine. And with this laser beam in my hand, how can I go wrong? It's still warm light, don't worry. It's not that really harsh white light. It's still very warm, but it just works. You should always look up in the trees as well. That's where you're going to find your owls and whatnot. It's been a while since I've had a good owl sighting. Sugar bits. You're asking leopard that I fell in love with. My goodness, what a question. I'm pondering. You can hear my brain ticking away. That's a tricky one because naturally back in the day when I joined, Hosanna was very much a damn cam celebrity at that point, always. I mean, I think almost every drive we had Hosanna. And if we didn't, that was a very bizarre day for all. So Hosanna rapidly stole my heart back in the day. And I will come back to you on that one, Sugar Bits. But for now, over to Dan.
Okay, welcome back to andBeyond and Ngala, everybody. And as hoped, that hyena following up on those impala alarm calling led us straight to this, what looks like from here a female leopard, just from her size. And just walking along the road. This is the same road that hyena had turned onto. And just following. It's going to be very interesting to try and ID this female. She seems to be quite relaxed, or I'm guessing she's a female, just from this distance in the dark. An area that we don't see too many leopards, and she seems to be quite relaxed. Look how she stops, listens. Maybe she heard something rustling in the grass up ahead there. Just watching, carefully listening. And although I saw her scent marking once, so she's on a territorial patrol here. Although she's got 2 points in mind, to go from one tree to the next bush to the next tree to kind of spray and mark out her territory. Okay, let's sneak forward a little bit here and mark out her territory. If she comes across an opportunity, even if it's a small little scrub hare, I mean, we know in the evenings we often see scrub hares on the roads. She would take that, although it's not going to be a meal that lasts very long. It's better than nothing. So every opportunity she gets, she will listen to and make double sure that it's not worth her kind of expelling enough energy. Or wasting energy, let's say wasting energy rather. Got to be very careful as a predator as to how you use your energy and how you conserve it. That's why you find your predators like lions and leopards sleeping for a huge portion of the day. And often the evenings, people think like this leopard would have just woken up now, I'm sure. Not to say it didn't move around during the day, but spending a lot of its time in the evening moving around. Not the whole evening, only a few hours within the evening, early morning. So I just want to see, and it's interesting to see this leopard behaving quite relaxed, actually. I know leopards, often unrelaxed leopards can become relaxed once the sun has gone down, and that's simply because it's in their kind of comfort zone. They feel far more comfortable being kind of these predators of the night and undetected. But during the day, they might feel a little bit more vulnerable and a bit more... Oh, there was half a scent mark. I think she wanted to there. Let's stop here. I think this is a good spot to just watch it for now. The road seems to go quite far up ahead. She's already walked quite far. And just using the road, she'll have certain markers along this road that she wants to kind of smell and remark. And you'll see, she'll smell it, try and see if there's maybe another female who is kind of coming into her territory. She'll also be depositing her own scent onto that bush and tree. And I was talking about it a little bit this morning, but like a male leopard's territory will encompass several females' territories. And he'll check these kind of pointers out as well and kind of see where along in her stage of estrus she'll be. And if she is ready to mate, she'll very likely kind of get his attention rather than he coming and find her. But he'll be able to tell. He'll move into an area looking for a female that he might have heard and then follow her markings, from scent post to scent post. I'd love to try and get ahead of this leopard and try and see if we can ID her from looking at her face and her spot pattern. But I think it'll be a bit tricky and a bit risky. In fact, I might just wait for an opportunity to appear rather than rushing it for now. First, we've got to make sure that it is a female. Make 100% sure. Okay, so I'm going to stick with this leopard for as long as I can and see if we can't get an ID on her. In the meantime, I'll send you to Tristan while I try and find out.
Want to be sneaky and move around quickly. Our lions make me laugh because these lots are all still grooming and doing their thing, but 3 of the lionesses got up, walked, and they've flopped 10 meters behind me. So we are now well and truly stuck here until such time as the pride moves, because I can't go forward, and now I have no space to go back either, because the lions are literally, well, one of them at least is lying about a meter behind us. So we might be in for the long haul for now. I laugh though, because you expect them to walk a little bit, but alas, we didn't get much out of the adults. So it seems like there's only 11 here that I can see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a 12th one somewhere and more walked off than I realized, but I don't seem to see much more, because lying in front of us now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 of them here and 3 that went, so that's 11. Maybe I miscounted earlier. It's interesting to see how most of the lions lying here are the sub-adults. They can still hang around together. Oh, bless you. Well, yeah, and so that's part of the process with them, is if they don't groom each other and they're not constantly rubbing on each other and maintaining that social bond, the bond is broken. If you see when the males leave the pride and they go off and do other things, if they come back as big pride males, there's not that same recognition in them. They might be like, oh, that smells familiar, but it's not that same strong bond that they have now. And to give you an idea of how much rubbing and scenting works. Not so much with, I've never tried it with lions, but with wild dogs, when they do relocations of packs and they use dogs from different areas, which is what they often do just from a genetic point of view, what they'll do is they'll take, let's say, 2 females from... Elephants are not happy about something. They'll take 2 females, let's say, from... Let's hypothetically say from here at Djuma, and then 2 females hypothetically from somewhere close to Phinda. So it's 2, or let's say Tswalu, right? So you've got these 2, so 2 males from there and 2 females from here, let's say. They then want to take them to somewhere. What they'll do is they'll take them to a boma. So they dart them individually, obviously, in their places that they come from, and then they take them to the boma that they're going to be in, which is wherever they're going to be released. From there, what they do is they take those dogs, and while they're under sedation, they take each individual and rub each individual on one another. So they will literally take the dog, and it looks terrible because it looks like you're manhandling these dogs, but you literally pick them up and you just rub them up and down, like you're doing kind of washing on an old washboard. So younger generation won't know what that is, but the older generation will. Anyways, from side to side, and you roll these dogs essentially all over each other. You rub their faces all over each other. You take their faces and you rub all over their genitals. I know it sounds really bad, but this is what you do. And then you take their feces and you rub their feces on their noses. And when they wake up, even though those dogs have no idea and have never, ever spent one single moment together, they wake up and immediately feel like they're bonded because of the fact that they smell each other on each other, if that makes sense. So they smell the other dog on themselves, and so in their mind, they're like, oh, wait, this is actually part of the pack. And that's how it goes. And I would imagine with lions, given they're a very similar social dynamic, they rely on each other, that would be a very similar part of it. So the grooming and the rubbing on each other is maintaining that social bond between them. I wonder why this female is phlegm and grimacing so heavily. She's been doing it for a long time in that little spot. Maybe one of the others has urinated there and there's something of interest for her there. She's doing it again. Alright, well, while we watch her phlegm and grimace, hopefully the bride will start to wake up.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Internal squabble or reaction and the loudest trumpeting you've ever heard went right through us. Someone was very, very upset. Not at us. It's something internal. The elephants in infrared are really quite special. Got a very small eye shine that is naturally much higher than the other animals that you're normally looking for. I'm wondering if they're going to pop out on quarantine so we can view them out in the open. But they're really feasting away here on whatever tree that is. I'm not very good at identifying the trees in infrared. I'm not very good at identifying hyenas or leopards in infrared, actually. It really throws me, having no color. My heart's still racing from all of that trumpeting. Elizabeth, they don't really, do they? I mean, it's all about the herd life. So the females stay in the herd forever. Unless there's a split into kinship groups, but that's probably on the rarer side. So the females will stay with the herd, and naturally, as you know, the males get ousted, just like lions, but they get ousted sort of around 12 to 15 years when they start to get really boisterous and teenager-ish. They will be ousted from the herd, and they'll start their sort of nomadic existence or bachelor herd existence. So it's a very different life path for males and females, but they stay with the herd for for a very long time. You don't see youngsters wandering about on their own. The herd offers great protection. But the youngsters stay very close to mom for 2 years at least. Almost like mom's extra leg. Isn't that sweet? There's not many leaves on that tree. Oh, there's not much of that tree left on that tree now. You see those secretions, temperin, really shows up nicely in the infrared. It doesn't mean she's angry or stressed in a negative way. It's normally related to any sort of socially exciting interaction. Kathy, I get asked this question a lot, and no, I have not. I haven't witnessed an elephant give birth. I've seen it, obviously, on videos and whatnot, but I've not actually seen an elephant give birth. We see many pregnant elephants. You can see the baby moving in the womb. We see many very, very small newborns, but I've not seen a birth. And it's really quite something. All the herd members stay close by because they've got to come to protect the newborn until it gets on its feet. Okay, we're going to spend a little bit more time with these elephants. It's thoroughly enjoyable, but we're going to send you over to Tristan with the Talamatis.
We are still with the Talamatis. There's one that's making friends with BK. BK, have you seen the one next to you there? There's one that's right next to BK at the moment. Please don't lie here, lions. I can't get out if I'm going to spend the whole night here if this is the case. And they're kind of slowly but surely flopping around us, which is going to make it interesting to get out of here, but I'll see how, if they just move a little bit, we'll be okay. It seems like the one that was lying right behind us has moved, which is nice. So we'll have a little bit of wiggle room now. But most of them have lay up again. It's like I say, all that grooming, all that nonsense, they have moved 10 meters. Okay, guys. I suppose you did have a big morning, so we'll give you a pass tonight. But yeah, these guys need to take a lesson out of Kara's book from last night. Kara was a little showstopper last night. She was up a tree, then she came down, then she was posing for a little bit, then she had a little nap, then she went fed, then she had a bit of a grooming session, and then she killed. It's like, these guys need a playbook. We'll take a lesson out of that playbook. But like I say, this morning they were busy, you know. Obviously we just couldn't get much of it and show you much of it. But I suppose they had a big morning. Chasing leopards and rhinos is not exactly for the faint-hearted. They certainly have done well. So maybe they just expended a lot of energy this morning and so want to take it easy today. It's a pity, I must be honest, it's a pity we don't get to see this pride as much as we used to. As much as what we saw the Nkuhumas at one point. You know, in 2016, the Nkuhuma pride became, we started to know them so well, and we could tell every individual apart from far, and, you know, we knew everything about the pride because they were just here so much. At that point, you know, I think we went like 84 game drives in a row with the Nkuhuma pride, without a single game drive without missing them. And so when you start to spend time with lions like that, you start to understand them that much more. But since then, really, the Nkuhumas have become inconsistent, the Talamatis are inconsistent, and so our knowledge of the lions changes, and it becomes difficult to keep track. And the problem that I have with lions, particularly in the Sabi Sands area, is just the inaccuracy of the information that we receive. It's just complete nonsense half the time. I don't know why it is that people seem to battle so much with understanding who is who. And being able to identify and know individuals, but it happens all the time. And so it makes it really hard for us because we don't see them a lot, and because our traverse currently is a little limited due to a number of reasons. It means that, we rely heavily on third-hand information for a lot of what we do. And it's sad, but we really don't know the lions like we used to. Not because we don't want to, and not because we don't try to know them. We just don't get to see them enough to know them well enough. And it's the same with any leopard that moves off the property. I mean, like quarantine, for example. Half the guys that drive here nowadays have never even seen that leopard. They don't know anything about him. It's not because they're not interested or don't want to. It's just that, unfortunately, when animals aren't in your area and you can't view them every single day, it becomes very difficult to understand the dynamic and understand exactly who's who, where everybody is, and how the dynamic is changing. Whereas when pride is localized and is right around you all the time, I mean, you know every little thing that happens. You know when they hunt. You know what they're hunting. You know what the males are doing with the pride. You know if females are going to den. You know all these kinds of things. But with the Talamatis, we just see them so infrequently that it's impossible to know what they get up to half the time. I mean, we maybe get, I think if we're lucky, we'll get 3-4 days with them on Djuma, and then they're gone. And then it sometimes can be, 10 days until we see them again. So hard to always keep up with them because of that. Anyway, they're still sleeping now, and there's some other vehicles that want to come into the sighting, so we've been here the whole afternoon, so we're going to have to make some space, let those guys come in. And in the meantime, though, let's send you across to Phinda.
Well, I'm very glad that Tristan was able to find you guys some big cats, because Johan and I, to try and find where those two cheetah have gone. My goodness, okay, we'll get back to that now. Look at these two young male giraffe. And this is some rather interesting behavior, everybody. See how, like I said, there's two young males, but did you see how that one on the left tried to mount the other male? And if you look carefully on the left there's another giraffe on the other side of the thickets, walking from right to left. And it's not terribly unusual for young male giraffe thing. Now swinging his neck at his swinging his neck at the other one. These two behaviors often go hand in hand. The swinging of the necks at each other, the play fighting, and then the mock mounting. Excuse me. But yeah, so we drove around and around and around in circles around that area where those cheetah had disappeared into, and no luck. So we surmised that those cheetah may have caught and killed something in the thickets. And so I guess we'll just have to come back and try for them some other time. But look at these two giraffes. The play fighting is heating up a little bit. See how they're swinging their necks at each other, hitting each other with those horns. I'm going to keep quiet for a bit so you can hear the crashing of the bushes as they stumble around. So yeah, that cracking of that twig, or that, well, not so much a twig, but more of a branch than a twig, as that giraffe got pushed into it. And see how they're kind of standing side by side. Body weight to try and push the other off balance. But then look at the swings of the neck and how slow they are. Almost like they're in slow motion, and not swinging really hard. Like we said earlier, just play fighting. And later on in life, when these two are fully grown and a bit bigger, and they're mature and they're competing for females, these kind of competitions will be a lot more serious. There'll be a lot more kind of like jostling, standing side by side and trying to throw each other off balance. Those swings of the neck will be much faster, much more aggressive. And every time they make contact, there'll be a deep thudding sound as those horns slam into their opponent's hide. We seem to be surrounded by giraffe, everybody. You can just see silhouetted against the sky in front of us. There's another giraffe that's busy approaching. Nick, you're asking if this play fighting. Nick, directly, I don't think so. So, like I was saying, did you see how slow? Oh, there we go. See even those movements of the neck, how slow they are. Very gentle. Obviously not really wanting to hurt each other, but indirectly, Nick, I suppose, like remember earlier when we saw them push each other into that bush and they made that big noise. All that commotion might hamper their awareness, and they might get snuck up on by something. Well, if there were something like maybe a pride of lions, maybe two big male lions, and they're not fully grown, but they're pretty large, so they'll be pretty safe from... Oh, that was a hard one. That was a hard hit. Did you hear that? That thud. That was a bit more of a solid connection. Yeah, so directly there shouldn't be... yeah, most likely won't be any injuries that will come from this. Look at that. Did you see the one on the right, how he like lifted his leg to avoid getting head-butted behind his knee? And that's something that I've often seen giraffe do when they play fighting like this. I've never seen males, when they're fighting seriously, do it, at least not with my own eyes. I've seen it on documentaries before, moving at each other's bellies. And obviously the skin there on the underside of the tummy will be much softer, the hide will be much softer and thinner than the rest of the body. So a lot more sensitive there. I suppose it would be like for humans in a boxing match getting punched in the kidneys or something. But I'm loving the sounds of them crashing through the bushes there. Nanya G, you're saying this is interesting behavior? It is, and yeah, the start of the little scene when the one tried to mount the other, that was quite a vigorous movement, quite a surprise. And when we first got here, it was interesting to note, see that giraffe on the left and how it was just now staring over that bush off to the right. There you go. No, not quite staring, it's more watching its opponent. But when we got here, it was staring at something in the road. When we followed its gaze, there was a side-striped jackal that was in the road. Unfortunately, it's moved off. There's a couple of open clearings and little grasslands on the other side of the trees where these giraffe are, and with side-striped jackals often liking or preferring to move around in open areas as they forage for food at night. Good chances maybe headed in that direction. Oh, look. How the tree is shaking. Oh. Did you hear that? Those thuds.
That's a big blow, eh?
It's definitely getting more intense, everybody. But again, it's still not... Those necks are still moving slowly compared to how fast they'll move if they fight for real. When they fight for real, those blows are really, really loud. And those necks swing fast, so fast in fact that I've seen, again, I've never seen this with my own eyes, but I've seen it in videos and in documentaries where a giraffe has swung its head so hard at its opponent and then accidentally missed that it's knocked itself out. See there again, going for the softer underbelly. And that tree is getting in the way. He's having to duck to get around the tree. Using the tree is a bit of an obstruction. Avril, you're asking if the giraffes will kick each other too? Well, this kind of fighting, it's quite ritualized in terms of how two males will fight against each other, and it's normally restricted only to the use of the neck and the horns. The hooves are more, and the legs, the kicking is more reserved for defense against predators. Oh, shame that one stumbled into the bushes there. There's branches being broken everywhere. These giraffes are basically demolishing all the little dead trees there. So sorry, yeah, Avril, the use of the legs and the hooves and the kicks will be reserved for predators most of the time. The fight has been taken into the thickets now, everybody. Oh, and it's not a nice thicket for them to be in. Oh my goodness, it looks like a couple of balloon thorns that they've gone into, and those thorns are vicious. And they'll rip skin, but obviously giraffe with their super tough hide, they're probably going to be okay. Probably won't get caught. Oh, a third one has arrived. Let's see what happens here. Looks like he's just going to join them for... Oh, there we go. Look how much bigger this giraffe is. And also, I don't know if you saw when he arrived how much darker his coat was. Then yeah, look at that. A little bit darker, but definitely much bigger. So probably a more mature bull. Look at how fight. Also getting, they're all fighting now. Did you see that little one? It took a cheap shot and headbutted the bigger one on the backside while he was preoccupied with the one on the left. Oh, again that giraffe. Look on the left. Look at that giraffe. It's busy staring at something. I wonder if that jackal hasn't maybe come back. Oh, and now the other one also, the center one also staring off to the right there. There must be something. Oh, there's another giraffe there. Never mind. But no, but he's still looking at the road. I wonder if there isn't something there. Apparently, we've been having a bit of trouble with the signal for the last few minutes, everybody, so apologies for that. Of course, we are coming to you live from the middle of the African bush, where there isn't always the best cell phone reception or the best signal with which to broadcast. It's one of the challenges that we face in doing this, and it's, of course, something that we're always trying to improve on and work on. That giraffe is still looking at something, but I'm just going to get my spotlight out. I'm not going to shine on the giraffe, but I just want to shine in the road to see where he's looking, see if I can see anything. I think Johan and I are going to go see if we can find what this giraffe is looking at, everybody. Hopefully we'll have something for you when you come back to us.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Moritz, and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators. And as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege. And I love their behavior, you know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Hello, cheeky chops. We had the entire herd walk in front of the car. I'm just gonna keep talking this now. And it's really quite something at night time. Hello, cheeky chops. I see you. You're shining beautifully in the moonlight. Yes. You don't smell that lovely, but that's okay. This is a youngster. You're much bigger than my car. That's for sure. And off we go. It's a little youngster. That's a real small one. Hello. This must be a young mom. She's really small. I mean, she's big, but for an elephant, small. But you see how quickly they relax? I mean, they're about 2 meters from the car, if that, and it's over, you know? They wouldn't relax to enjoy that moment. A little bit of suckling that close to the car if they weren't comfortable. There's just something quite energetic when elephants walk by your car at night time because I can't see what you can see. You're viewing it through infrared. I can look at my monitor, but I'm viewing it through darkness. Human eyes, and luckily the moon has given us quite a lot of light tonight, ambient light. But it's really quite something when elephants walk by the car. We also sometimes can't see what you guys can see when we're spotlighting. I just plunged into darkness here, and of course the human eyes, well, they're not great. I remember the days we could never get home for dinner because there was elephants all over quarantine. I feel like that's going to be our night tonight. And a lovely way to end. And you know, we might not have elephants around next week. There's a time for everything. We go through periods of high leopard sightings, then nothing. High lion sightings, then nothing. High nothing sightings, then nothing. And we have periods where we see elephants, and in periods where they just vanish, and we miss them terribly. The bush has its cycles. And that's why we just have to appreciate whatever the bush gives us. We don't really get to decide, do we? The bush does. And the elephant cycle is definitely one that I love. They move great distances. They can disappear off into the Kruger before we know it. But it has come to that time, everybody. The end of the sunset bumble. But as you know, we will be out for a sunrise tomorrow. So that means you absolutely must jump on board with us. But thank you for all your comments and questions. We really appreciate them. Until then, have a great night.